Wow, the disrespect. I sit down and see, are we past the punching phase? The disrespect. No, we're not past the punching phase, sir. Anyway, greetings to everyone except for Prismatic. I hope you guys had a great weekend. Good to see all of you. Good work getting points in for the challenge, nice and early. Love to see it, love to see it. Now, you guys are a little bit behind now. You didn't quite hit 16% on Saturday, and Sunday I don't stream, so this will give a realistic picture of how much you guys need to do. So we will see, we will see. Anyway, my coffee is delicious. Pico, how you doing? Itsukato, Mason, Stump, Jester, Kindbuds, Tenor, Conman, Roddy, Priz, Brucey, Dex, Kitty, Loading Screen Boss, Rune, Mr. Adblock, Deep Zombie, Pizza Trains. Yeah, but I hope y'all are doing great. Reminder reminded me of one thing I gotta do. Hang on. Okay. There we go, I'm back again. Chat tax paid. Keep challenging us, we'll torture you one way or another. It's true. It's true, you will do that, I do believe. Been playing Bonecarver too? Nice, Brucey. So, yeah, I was exploring a bunch of build concepts over the weekend. And, there were some that I was like, hey, I should really get around to this. That's gonna have to be spread out through the week, because the one that ended up grabbing me the most is, haha, stank breath. Stank breath make enemy go dead. So, that's the content today. And I spent a bunch of time being a fashionista, too. So this is a Bonecarver setup. Now, I played this a while ago when Contagion Tech was first, like, new. But I've revamped the build a little bit. Did some farming on it. I also made it look all different and pretty and whatnot. So we're gonna do the thing with the thing and the thing. Garlic Breath is actually quite a decent spell. It is. Just toxic, wanna be Nova Flak? Yes. Yes, it is. Something I'm farming for? Why's my cursor not the correct one? There we go. Okay. Weird. Now, I've taken a couple of creative liberties with this. So you might notice I'm using Dire Sacrifice right now. And is there much reason to do so over, say, From the Shadows? Not in a pure effectiveness sense, but it is useful, and it is cool. That. It does kill. Stank breath go burr. It do be like that. Your live notification woke me up. I had a thought. What was that thought? How you doing, Ember? Quag alarm. Hey Comp, how you doing? This answer, do I focus on buffing contagion, say with status effect damage passive, or go for all damage instead? I mean, there's no one approach for a multi-class Prince of War. For my gun build, I don't focus on contagion. It is capable of doing contagion stuff, but it's not a focus, so I would go more towards the all damage side of things for at least how I end up playing it. But I can't give you a definitive answer. Now, it might look like my White Rider's doing the killing here. It's not. That's what makes this build so interesting to me. White Rider is just a platform. Bad RNG on Hammer. That's fine. Morning, Worlds. How you doing? Carving bones or carving garlic? Can it be both? I feel like it can be both. Still interested in the build, seeing how I do love Snake Stick. Yeah, there's some Snake Stick going on this build. White Rider platform for what though? What's the secret? Poison dots. Sounded like I just said poison darts, very heavily accented, but no. Poison status effects are particularly useful for a couple things. But this is a status effect though. And White Rider and Garlic Breath are two pretty good platforms for applying status effects at a very high tick rate that happen to be poison. And poison has an extra layer of usage on DoT builds because of the Pandemicium armor. A poison status effect dealing damage is a chance to cause those green explosions you've been seeing. And those can also apply status effects, including a poison effect to trigger Pandemicium. So, if you spam enough dots at something, you'll get a ton of Pandemicium explosions, which will then apply more dots to the target. What is Black Lung Disease for 500, Alex? Word ban on that. Okay. I don't think we have to worry about me saying that. Diet poison contagion? What do you mean about diet? What about its diet? The garlic? Garlic's pretty healthy. More in New Mexico. Enjoying this featured? Me too, Flight. Me too, it's a good week for us. There we go, there's the RNG. Took a minute. Yeah, Dex, it's garlic breath time. Basically chaining poison dots via Pandemicium. Yes. Yes. Try this new garlic-based wellness trick doctors don't want you to know. That they don't want you to know. For probably very good reasons. Apparently garlic in high doses is poisonous and also throws you back large distances. Or does garlic give you the ability to throw it back? Questions for later. Hope we do a build walkthrough in the loot room? Absolutely. Absolutely. I always try to do that after my warm-up run. It's a casual 828 for a warm-up. It's, you know, it's not bad. Government will watch your garlic builds from here on out. I hope they do. Hey, another Pandemicium. Okay, so this is the armor that that kind of facilitates this commitment to poison. So the Pandemicium, I happen to have a really good one. It could be better. I could have more Graveborn power, and honestly, the max HP and melee aren't really doing much for me. But you know, whatever. The passives on this armor, because of the nature of this build, actually don't really matter at all. So you can focus entirely on getting the right skills on this. Even the Chaos tier doesn't matter too much. Now, it matters to me a little bit because of Dire Sacrifice, and I suppose Stabbo power is a little bit of consistency for Snake Sticks critting. But for the most part, the thing that matters here is getting a Pandemicium with as many points in Contagion as you possibly can. So the White Rider here, let's take this as an example. I have a 2 ammo per shot White Rider, fire rate of 3.86. You could include my actual fire rate bonuses. Let's say it's a fire rate of 4. It ticks twice in those 4 seconds. So functionally, I'm doing two instances of damage pretty quickly in under 4 seconds. Now, each of those two has that base 11% chance of applying a status effect. This is including on impact. It's not just, you know, Pandemicium doesn't just look at dots that are already ticking. It looks at the very first tick of when it's first applied as well as a possible Pandemicium trigger. So you also have bonus elements. Body Rune, for example, is one. You could add in other ones such as Reaper of Bones, such as Buffmeister, stuff like that. But basically, we are forcing lots of poison dots through the White Rider and through the Garlic Breath. And we're applying bonus elements to them. Now, there's even more avenues for bonus elements with the Garlic Breath. We have Stain of the Soul, makes it also do dark magic. We have Blast Gas, which is a whole nother instance of damage that comes from it. And then that Blast Gas itself also gets Body Rune. We have Punishment for more Hellish Blasts from the Demi-Lich, which is more instances of damage. The Demi-Lich's Hellish Blast is the element of the spell you cast, so it's spitting out poison balls with this that also get the Body Rune bonus. excuse me, the body rune bonus fire damage. So that's real nice. So basically, we're trying to get as many poison dots as possible to feed into Contagion. You're probably familiar with this by now, but Stabomancer's Contagion skill, as long as you have over 100% status damage, effectively allows you to loop up an ever-increasing amount of status damage on new dots from the original. And the way you force consistency on this is having more points in the skill. You can get up to 6 out of 3 through armor and skill tree investment. More from Butt Stallions possible, but inconsistent. And you try to get as many bonus elements and statuses as possible. So another good thing for that is Snake Stick. You can have up to 3 Hydras from this melee weapon out at once, and they will attack enemies, and they are also melee damage. Meaning, not only do they have a chance to apply a status effect normally, but along with your actual melee hit, if they crit, they apply Alchemical Agent, which is a guaranteed status effect. And because they are also their own instances of damage, they get your body rune bonus element too. Now, if Harvest wasn't bugged, I'd be taking Harvest for the Hydras as well. I could get away with running Harvest in this build without benefiting from the bug too much, but I just don't like taking bugged skills, so I haven't. So basically, the gameplay is we run around dotting enemies with the White Rider and the Garlic Breath. We keep Snake Stick Hydras up as well. And we Dire Sacrifice, because that applies a guaranteed Dark Magic status effect. With Body Rune active, it also applies a Fire status effect. And those dots have a chance to go through Contagion and roll over into other elements, up to and including Poison. Thought they fixed Harvest. They tried. It didn't work. So they removed it from those notes. What's bugged with Harvest? Basically, Harvest will stack up infinitely if you go through a portal with its effects active. So it stacks up to 2 times. At one point of Harvest, you'd have a 6% bonus element on your companions. Not hugely impactful, but if you go through a portal with that on, you keep that 6%, and then it acts as if you don't have it in terms of being able to trigger it and stack it up again. So you'd be running around with, after one room, you'd have 12%, and then you'd have 18%, and it keeps stacking. If you keep Harvest stacks that way, they don't go away until you save quit. Speaking of Blast Gas, they're a consistent way to proc it, like more projectiles on the spell. More projectiles is more chances, yeah. Body Rune really is goated. Yeah, it's extremely good. Garlic Breath makes your dumpy fart. I like to think it's coming out of both ends, Sora. I like to think it's coming out of both ends. Downloading Wonderlands right now? Let's go, Viking. Let's fucking go. Morning, Joey. How you doing? I don't like the Obelisk boss. Hate Tonhammer. Rest of the features okay. Tonhammer is one of those things depending on your chosen method of damage, he can be annoying. If you're using like a traditional, like bullet-y weapon, then yeah, Tonhammer sucks. But lasers, dots, spells, AoEs in general, companions, all that stuff will still murder him. Hey, Kitten Swamp. Good to see you. How you doing? We didn't mean to ask, I know Pandemicium explosions create more dots. Does Blast Gas also create more dots? Yes. Which is why I have it, and Body Rune applies to it. So, yes. Yeah, in the Graveborn tree, we go down to, we take the Faithful Thralls because we're stacking it up with not only our Demi-Lich is always there, we've got the 3 Dark Hydras possible from the skill, we've got the 3 Snake Stick Hydras possible from that as well, so that's a comfy 7 we can have. And 7 stacks of Thralls is still a large amount of damage. But more importantly, these Hydras each have a chance to apply a dot as well. So we want them out, we want them active, we want them doing their thing. They all get Body Rune as well. And then the Snake Stick ones, as mentioned, because they're melee, they do Alchemical Agent. So you could potentially be getting, 3 chances at dots per Hydra, depending on the Hydra type. Dread Covenant's there for survivability. Stain of the Soul is there to give Garlic Breath another dot it can apply. Ascension is survivability and a little damage for the Garlic Breath. Punishment's more dot chances. Lord of Edges survivability. Blast Gas with more dot chances. Hero points wise, we max out crit damage, because it's a build in Wonderlands. Maxed out status damage because DoT build. The remainder were put in Constitution. Now these points could go from Constitution somewhere else. You could do crit chance for more consistency on Snake Stick Hydras applying alchemical. You could do spell cooldown for more Garlic Breath uptime. You could do attunement for a little more dire sacrifice uptime. But I chose Constitution, in particular over Dexterity, because of one of my gear choices. I'm using an Insight Ring. And what this does is it's always primary ability damage. But its unique effect is critical hits increase non-critical hit damage by 3% for a short duration, stacks 5 times. This damage goes into the conditional damage category, meaning the same place as things like the Old Ways, Spellblade, Cursed Wit. So it's a bonus that is not terribly easy to get stuff in, and it's worth noting that, for example, Blast Gasp can't crit. And because I'm doing such a large volume of instances of damage, not all of them are going to crit, meaning I get this bonus pretty often. Ability damage also helps the damage of the Dark Hydras, it helps the damage of Dire Sacrifice. Sharksbane is there because, you know, Sharksbane damage mult is crazy. And then we got a Theurge. It's not even close to what I would really want here. I suppose Fire Rate helps out the White Rider a tiny bit, but I would want double status damage, probably Poison, Primordial Graveborn, but you know, that's a very specific role to go after. Now that's the build. Throw this because I want more Garlic Breath. Request you get Inside Ring. It's the one with what's the Iclops name? Sully, I think is his name. It's the Iclops in the Oasis. The one that has you like go get his body. It's that one. Yeah, I've been messing around with different things on this build. Obviously you could throw Shadow Fires. A lot of people like Inflammation, you could use that here. But I like my Stank Breath spell. That's cooldown with double radius. No extra charges. Do I care though? Let's see, 12.2 second cooldown, 6 second duration. That's like really close to full uptime. I'm definitely taking it because it's volatile Garlic Breath. Here's one with Spell Charge and 2 Radius parts. Okay, we take that too. It's just that easy. You want the drop, just manifest the drop. Radius, 2 cooldown parts? Why are all my Garlic Breaths good? Cool, I have plenty I can re-roll now. D4 looking good. I didn't see any of that. Maybe I'll be able to shake my Blizzard distaste by the time D4 actually releases. I hope I will. You know, lifelong Diablo fan. How exactly does Garlic Breath work? So, you cast it, and then it makes these Novas that follow you around for 6 seconds. And they do damage to nearby enemies. If they crit, they will also knock down that enemy. They will throw them around. And you can only have one... So, like, you can't overwrite your Garlic... You do overwrite your Garlic Breath with another cast. You can't say, cast all your charges at once and then have all those Novas going. It'll just reset the existing ones. You do need to space out your activations. But you can run around, and the good thing about these Novas going off is they allow you to multitask. So I could, for example, cast it, and then do my Dire Sacrifice, and it'll still be happening while I'm doing my Dire Sacrifice. So it allows you to not waste time. So like I can do this, I can spawn my Snake Sticks, I can do my Dire Sacrifice, and then just in time to activate it again. What's my shift? Same as my Twitch. I don't plan on playing with people today. but same as my Twitch. Okay, so that's volatile, double radius cooldown. That's double cooldown radius. Spell charge, double radius. So this gives me 12 seconds of uptime out of the cooldown of 16. This gives me 6 seconds of uptime out of the cooldown of 12.2. This would win because of my cooldown boosts. This is like damn close. I have enough inventory space. I'll just keep rolling. An event's a little here. No, Active is horrible. Grew up Diablo. I missed something. Dillweed. Thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Malthael's my favorite villain, even if D3 is hated. I think Malthael's cool. Don't want to support the shit Active Blizzard's done. Really want a Diablo game after all this time. Looking to shape up well. Having so much inner turmoil with TED Talk over. It doesn't need to be a turmoil thing. So, like, just because I have a personal distaste and I find myself too uncomfortable to be ready to enjoy Active Blizz stuff, doesn't mean I'm saying that everybody has to do the same. It's just, like, my own personal emotional state on it. Like, I really tried to play Diablo 2 Resurrected. Like, I really tried. I even had plans to play with a couple other friends, and like I streamed, I had alpha access to it and stuff. I streamed that, was super jazzed for it, and then that whole shit went down of revealing all the terrible stuff Active Blizzard anticipated, and I'm just like, it just makes me personally uncomfortable, that's all. I try to avoid things that make me uncomfortable. So I'm not saying, like, I'm not gonna try D4 or anything, especially because I've been following D4 development stuff since, like, way before any of that, and, ultimately, people who work on their games are also victims of this shit that, that we don't like that the company does, and I'd be fine with, supporting their hard work. So, like, the point is, me having mixed feelings doesn't mean that I'd see anything wrong with playing and enjoying the game, right? Welcome, how am I? I'm doing well, Dillweed. I'm doing well. Are we about to get spell radius buffs? I haven't tested. I don't see why it wouldn't. Hey Varashi, how you doing? You're excited for Redfall? I know nothing about it. When someone hacks Metacritic, just remove all positive reviews for Diablo Immortal. I don't think that's constructive. Like, I've heard that the gameplay of that game actually ain't bad. It's just wildly predatory. So maybe those couple of positive reviews are just on gameplay. Last night I got a Primordial Liquid Cooling. Congrats, I still haven't managed that myself. That's awesome. Just want to advance a little? Always welcome, Pico. Does Contagion proc with each DoT application or each distinct DoT? It can trigger on application as well. Which is why sometimes you'll see an enemy explode after I touch them once. It is calculated individually per tick. Don't even know how to build with it, feel like my build sucks. So liquid cooling is one of those guns where its entire strength is big uptime, if you can meet the condition of critting consistently with it. So if you don't have, like, super ridiculous, highly skilled gamer aim, aka if you're like me and not the best at aiming, then maybe building for ways to crit more consistently without a crit spot would be advantageous for you. Since the liquid cooling doesn't ever have to stop to reload as long as you are critting, fire rate also goes very well with the gun. So building into crit stuff and fire rate stuff helps. Love my Chillmonger, past Chaos 11 now, let's go. Never underestimate the unbridled power of the Stank Breath, it's true. Stank Breath solves all problems in the world. Appreciate that those skeleton series are still tough, not nearly as much the pain as they were in Dragon Keep. Yeah. Dragon Keep enemy design was just a special kind of painful. Very few enemies feel like that in this game, and I think that's good. Yeah, Dire Sacrifice is great for Flying Contagion. And that's what makes this kind of unique. This is a Dire Sacrifice build that doesn't actually have to build into Dire Sacrifice's damage at all, because the simple presence of a DoT is enough. So, like, I don't have a large HP pool, really. I do have a significant amount of Greyborn class power, coincidentally. But I don't have a really large HP pool, and I'm still able to do work with the action skill. Dragon Keep enemies are textbook on what not to do. Yeah, agreed. Do you like crap a straight up Dragon Keep PTSD? No. No. I don't think so. I think Evil Eye crabs are just challenging. Dragon Keep enemies weren't challenging, they were just bad. Stuff like the Skeletars, you know, you had to do a button prompt to finish them. Ugh. I like the idea of garlic crit Dragonlord statue and just tips on its side. You just breathe on it and it's like, oh, nope, I'm out. Too much for me. Build guide for Stabo Burr. No, that's a multi-class combo that I haven't really covered much. Just because I don't find it as interesting as some others. It's very straightforward. Stab-Upper in many cases. The two combinations you tend to see are Berserker Capstone with From the Shadows, or Alchemical Agent with Dreadwind. And then it's like, yeah, that's all people really do. What cat? Hi. I'll make my way around to it eventually, but I don't find Frost Shiver very interesting of a class combo. It's very straightforward. Like a Garlic Breath build called the Warrior Waft. I'm down. Cat. Nova Proc and a high dot chain smelling a lot like Rack Stab. It's Garlic Stab. Take a room of Evil Eye Curse Crabs where I would want even a few of those damn skeletons with swords and Dragon Keep. Yeah, I would rather fight the worst enemy types in this game than like any of the enemies from Dragon Keep. Lick Stab? That's the way some characters died in Dragon Ball. But I don't know how to process that. Lick Stab. Maybe no. Maybe no. I don't know. Morning, Sub Beaver. How you doing? How do you kill Curse Crabs? Unkind words while holding a trigger down. Immune to everything. I don't quite know how they work, in all honesty, Kitten's Mom. It seems like it's like a coin flip whether or not your damage actually goes through on them. So my answer is either hit it harder or ignore it and kill the other things. Those are usually my ways of dealing with them. And they are cursed, that's why they're annoying. That's fair. It might have been kind of hard to see, but I got a Pandemisium trigger on that barrel. Dual elites on this run. So I'm excited. I got to see Starfield yesterday. Looks great. Hey, that's cool. That's cool. I'm gonna be honest. I fell asleep during Summer Games, and I missed like all the good stuff. I fell asleep, and I didn't bother to look up any of it later on. I'm not trying to emote. You need to call this Breath of the Firehawk. I was thinking like Death's Breath. We were talking about Diablo, right? Crafting resource and the expansion, Death's Breath. Because it kind of sounds like you're taking a breath when you do Dire Sacrifice. Here, listen. Kind of sounds like a breath. Then we got Garlic Breath. Skunk-a-boom. Excuse me? Hey Puffy, how you doing? Oh, went down mid-Dire Sacrifice. That's not supposed to happen. This is where that Constitution comes in, because we do have a little more buffer. Is there a container over here? Yeah, there it is. I'm trying to be better about hitting these. I know where most of them are. I just, you know, don't put in the effort. Also, where's the yellow one on this featured run, chat? I never bothered to look. No such thing as too much garlic. Yeah, they clearly haven't played this build, huh? Morning breath? I like it. Alright, how are you? Here's a reminder. I did the thing, but thank you. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Yesterday was a bad, like, physical health day for me, but today's a lot better so far, so I'm in good spirits about that. In the corner near the quartz. On which map, J-Bridge? Come on, need a chain. It's wiping out the ads very quickly. Tonhammer himself is being resistant. Alright, there we go. Hey Spy, how you doing? Good to see you. Up on a ledge with a skull and a hut in the window of a hut. Okay. Silent but garlicky. I could vibe with that. Okay, I'm done now. You better not be. I was enjoying those. stab. Oh no, that's too good. That's way too good. Damn it. Enemies can't hear you, but they sure can smell you. Hang on, that's why we take damage when we use Dire Sacrifice in this build. Because it sounds like you're inhaling, right? So we're inhaling our own garlic fumes, and it hurts us. But then we turn that pain into power. Sad. Sad! Please unnerf this gun. I'm gonna pick it up just to fuel my rage. Ogre's breath. Hey, Stump, thank you for the $6.90. Nice. I appreciate it, thank you. Nice indeed. Thank you. I totally missed it over making fart jokes. Longer than Stream Elements. I didn't always use Stream Elements. I used Streamlabs before that. I say about Sawmill, it sucks. They nerfed it. Yeah, what Pup T said. Stream Elements did not do the shady, shitty stealing things stuff that Streamlabs did. So even though, for me personally, Stream Elements runs like shit, they're not thieves, so I use their service instead. Hey Avi, how you doing? Yakumers, good to see you. Rohit, hope you're well. I need more coffee. Hang on. How's it going? It's going well. Enjoying this build. Assuming tip message is delayed. I saw the chat alert come through, but it didn't pop up on screen for some reason. I don't know. As I said, Stream Elements doesn't run very well for me. They're doing a maintenance in 2 days though for delayed alerts. So like, I felt seen when I saw that. Hopefully that experience improves a bit for me. Need to get back to Wonderlands. It's a good time to do it. We just got, this past hotfix, we got the 4th form of the 2nd DLC boss. So you can finally actually farm those items through the World Drop Pool and the Chaos Chamber and stuff. And this build is around one of those spells. So it's feeling pretty good. And this spell in particular is one that I got 0 drops of in the first 4 weeks of the DLC. Like, I did not see it in my game a single time. Not even once. But now I'm able to actually play around with it. Enemies him in garlic? Yeah. Finally added them into the Chaos Chambers. Yep. Glutton's Gamble loot goes into the World Drop Pool after you've completed Imelda 4. First character Chaos 35, thanks to you and your community's help. Hey, I'm really glad, Eonper. I'm glad it worked out. Always happy to help you out. Hey Synergy, how you doing? Garlicked? Yes. Yes. Enjoy your lurk, David. How's the Quag? The Quag is good. The Quag is good. Not too much to complain about. Well, that's not precisely true, but I'm in a good mood today. I'm in a good mood today. Just enjoying that zone you get in when you gotta build. You're really trying to maximize. That's where I'm at right now. What about future Quag problems? Yeah. It's another day's problem for another me. Get your inefficient about Inflammation's DoT and count as magic. Yeah, Inflammation's DoT is a spell, Dex. So you can, for example, apply Inflammation and then sit there and watch it blast gasp. That's a funny thing. The base damage isn't very high, so it's not really a huge deal. I'm sure someone's doing some silly stuff with double knot. But, like, that's double knot being dumb. Time to talk about how we need a max of 16 pixies. Yeah, we can only have 15 right now. Clearly, we need more. For Contagion, though, sounds dirty. I like the aesthetics of Garlic Breath too much. I do think if you were gonna do some spell contagion stuff, though, that does create a very good argument for doing a Trap Scallion. Because Inflammation, Double Knot, Contagion, Sever the Thread from the Shadows, all that stuff together. I want to do something with these elemental blasts. It's just I don't know which one I want to start with, you know? Like, there's the big fireball ones, there's the splat ones, there's the multi-projectile ones. Like, I don't know where to start. Anyone had any good experiences with elemental blasts? They're only fire and dark magic, which creates a situation of, okay, there's stuff I'd rather use in fire, and I would just rather not use a dark magic spell for damage. I wonder if Storm Surge DoT is like that too. Worth looking into. Worth looking into. Primordial Quaking Sunder. Shame it only has 2 parts, and neither of them are good. But Primordial Quaking Sunders break 1100 damage? Excuse me? That's so high. What? These things are so good. I gotta bring these back. I haven't used one in a while. I have the inventory space. I'll take it. Quaking Sunder users, Quag Chad, for sure, for sure. Need 90k to get back on pace for the challenge because those points in. You heard Roddy. I'm also keeping an eye out for better fortifying sigils. I want one with like cooldown and radius parts only, if I can manage that. Have the inventory space at Quag Never. Listen, I have 3 more slots. Okay? And then we start panicking. What's my bank looking like? I have 9 slots in my bank. Who is this man? He can't be stopped. I don't know what I'm rolling for on these. But I'm just rolling. To use moon orbs. Oh, I wanted something different on my one of these guns. I don't remember what it was though. Shit. Was it on the White Rider? I think I wanted to try out something different on this. Because this is really nice for my my Dire Sacrifice damage, but my Dire Sacrifice damage is like the least impactful thing in my setup, so I should change it. Inventory space in my Quag stream? I know. Feeling okay? It's a lot of inventory space open. Listen, I cleaned some stuff out. It's fine. The little optimizations are satisfying. Like, I cast that spell there to turn on my crit chance enchant to make me able to one-mag that quartz with a White Rider. Just like, the little optimizations. Whole chest is trying to make sure you're doing okay. It's an intervention, I promise. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, because, like, I don't have a problem, you know? Like, it'd maybe be an intervention if I had a problem, but, like, I don't. I can stop hoarding anytime I want to. I have all those mules because I need them, not because I have no self-control. Hey Thermal, how you doing? Found a championship ring with pistol crit, it's only chaotic, really taking me 2 months to find a single boss ring worth picking up. Game something else I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, the championship ring's not even like... you're just falling for big number again. I know the game programs you to go for a big number, but like, let's think about this practically. How useful is a championship ring compared to other rings? Hoarding, Quag, Melee, Flak, and Wonderlands quite doesn't have issues, of course. Around C35, everything one-taps me. Enemies do a lot of damage in the C35, hidden spawn, yeah. Trying to find new rings, slight upgrade, but upgraded that, haven't found any Shark's Mane yet. Depending on setup, different things could be useful. I'm using a non-chaotic Insight ring right now, with passives that aren't particularly useful to me, just because the effect of the item is good. And then, of course, I pass around my various gun damage Shark Fins, because I don't get them very often. This kind of setup, I could also get away with not having, like, any particular stat bonuses on ring stuff. Like, I could boost melee damage, and it helps my Snake Sticks. I could boost ability damage, and it helps my Dark Hydras and my Dire Sacrifice. I could boost gun, and it helps my White Rider. Like, I've got choices. I like building that way. Con. Yo, Glenny, thank you for the tier 2 for the 23 months with the 13 streak. Do a lot of damage. Thank you, thank you. That first badge looking great on you, my friend. Thank you so much. Yeah, a little bit of backstory for you there, chat. Lenny's one of the first people who, like, was a big support to me and my channel, and he found me, like, just after the cutoff for being a founder. There it is. He found me just after the cutoff for being a founder, so when Twitch finally gave the ability for people to, you know, remove inactive founders, I pretty much just removed people until Glenny got one. I was able to get Ganza, Joe, and Glenny founders badges, and that made me very happy. Hey, Civil. How you doing? Did the con get good after the buff? Yeah. I wouldn't call it new best sniper or anything, Foster, but it's definitely a serviceable boss and gun. Here, remind me in the loot room, and I'll do a little bit of con showcasing. Like, it's still extremely inefficient. But if you want one target dead, Nakonda's very good at that now. Trolls have so much health. I mean, they're an elite enemy. You have to opt into them. Like, they spawn from the courts. And they're slow enough that if you don't want to deal with them, you could always just, like, run away. That's the thing I don't see people do a lot in Chaos Chambers. You can choose your targets. Like, if there's an enemy you can't or don't want to deal with, don't. OBS, what is he doing? What's happening down there? Okay, now we're good. I like my garlic breath. I got 2 of them last night. Really enjoy it, Pragmatic. It's got a bunch of layers. Unintentional joke. I know that's onions, but it's got a lot of use cases. I've got a couple setups that are in progress, building around garlic breath. But I like the idea of Novas. I especially like the idea of passive Novas. Like, I can multitask with this spell. I turn it on, and it's a mode that's happening. I can run around swinging my melee weapon, I can use my action skill. It allows me to do multiple things at once, and I'm a big fan of that. It's got the interactivity with crits, which is nice. It is more representation for the poison element, which is consistently underrated in this game. Poison is, in fact, very good, just underrated. There's a lot of things I like about garlic. You can do things like that. Thinking of crying apple. Yeah, that would be a good combination with this. Honestly, your goomers. Crying apple, garlic breath. If that one Stabbo from the Shadows enchant didn't suck, that would go well with that too. Have you tried garlic breath with polymorph? I've not yet, but I'm curious about it. I'm very curious about it. Frost best element, JK. Using Pandemisium? I am. I am using Pandemisium. Found a Primordial Lightning Sword Explosions rolled 2020. Oh, yeah, that enchant. That's fine in Wild works well, so need better Soak Armor. I mean, with Sword Explosion, do you need better armor? Really? You're more than likely to be using Sword Explosion against a single big target thermal, in which case you could just shoot a Twisted Delusion and then switch over. You don't really need, a cape at all. Add RNG on this Lachance. That was bad RNG. How are we doing today? I'm doing well, Bunny. I'm doing well. Bit of a bleh day yesterday. Health stuff. So, like, physically there's a bit of a... I can still feel that, period. How do I describe that? It's like post-pain pain. I don't know, and anyone with chronic illnesses out there probably understands what I'm talking about. So like, if I look distracted once in a while, that's what that is. But, I'm feeling a lot better. Dark Magic and Poison on a Crossblade. You know, I'll take that. What's Crossblade's status effect chance now? 26%? It's pretty good. 2 instances of damage per... Yeah, that's serviceable. None of your dots won the dot lottery? Yeah. Phantom pain, one might say. Yeah, yeah. Now thinking about Metal Gear. Take care of yourself. Doing my best. So hungry, I starve in the summer and hate it. See, in the summer, I'm more likely to go outside and grill, which I like doing, and that gets me to eat more. So I eat more in the summer. Primordial Volley? Yeah, Volley's good. I got a really, really well-rolled Primordial one that I need to build around. I've just not bothered yet. Did hit the big dot, but you had so many going. Damage consistency is better than most guns. Right. Sounds like a sidearm for this build. Yeah, it should be pretty good for this build. Someone say Metal Gear, why are we still here just to suffer? We're all suffering until Revengeance gets a sequel. It'll never get a sequel. I don't know if it even should, because that... The people behind that game went on to make some very bad games. But, like, it's funny to think about. Wish I enjoyed cooking, need to eat more. Cooking's not my vibe, though. Yeah, it's not for everyone. I look at cooking kind of like how I look at builds. It's weird. I have the same exact mentality in both things. It's just like a process of theory and experimentation to me. Hey, Rorius. Excited to see what we do with this. Yeah, I'll do another run. I was gonna do some con stuff, but I'll do one more run with this. Can I turn off your build? Yeah, sure. Graveborn down to 2 in Blast Gas. Note that this second point in Blast Gas would be in Harvest, but I like avoiding bugs. Stabo down to Alchemical Agent, the true capstone. And we're doing Pandemisium, Snake Stick, White Rider, Garlic Breath. With a Body Rune, Shark's Bane, Insight Ring, and Theurge. And we're using Dire Sacrifice. That was a spell? Garlic Breath. See these Poison Novas I'm getting around me? That's from garlic bread. Is that health bug? It's health bug. Is this the poison build? That never stops moving forward. Never stops poisoning. Chat potluck, let's do it. Crit RNG on this quartz? Wow, I'm getting no crits with the White Rider on this quartz. Doesn't normally take that long. When I take out Chemical Agent, we mailing a lot, flying some other way. Every time I melee with my Snake Stick, that's the chance for it. And every time my Snake Stick Hydras attack, they can do it too. Since they are melee damage. Oh, that's why it took so long. I forgot to switch to single beam. Ha! Now that explains that whole thing. You watch what I assume to be June's Hollywood travesty, Jurassic World. I've not seen any of the Jurassic World movies because they struck me as silly and terrible the whole time. And they appear to have reached their final form of bad movie with the latest one. I've not seen it, but I've heard it's pretty awful. That's satisfying. That's that dire sacrifice and body runes. Taking out those enemies. Fiance hasn't seen it yet and she doesn't believe all the bad reviews. I'm like, I don't know why. It's bad, she wants to see for herself. Yeah. Experiencing something for yourself, nothing wrong with that. And like, honestly, sometimes movies get review bombed, and like shows and stuff. Great example, the latest Marvel Disney series on Disney Plus, Ms. Marvel. I think it's quite good, but it's being review bombed to the point where it's doing more poorly than actually bad shows, because there's a concerted effort by people who can't handle a brown girl in a leading role. So like, bad reviews don't always mean the thing's bad, you know? And sometimes there's something that could be critically bad, but still fun. Like, the Mortal Kombat movie from a couple years ago was like a bad movie, but it's fun. That kind of thing. Especially something like Jurassic series. You know, the BL2 people say since something's BL2, whatever, if the landscape bad, make your own opinion for something. Yeah. I like Snyder Cut, Justice League, which is me. I do too. I think that the Snyder Cut's a much better film than the Whedon Cut. Also, Joss Whedon's a trash can of a human being. So, happy to support any alternatives there. She got review bombed because she didn't like Morb. That's fair. Personal preference is a big thing. I know a lot of people don't like Star Wars, each their own, I guess. Yeah, like... The thing about Star Wars is there's a school of thought, which I can't say is invalid, because there's some truth there, that George Lucas got lucky with Star Wars. And I think he did. But, like, that doesn't mean it's not enjoyable. Star Wars fans don't even like Star Wars. True. That's so true. Let me give you another example of Star Wars fans just being the worst. So, Hayden Christensen is back to playing Anakin/Vader after fucking 17 years? And 17 years ago, you would swear that he was everything that was wrong with the entire film industry, with how many Star Wars fans were just shitting down this guy's throat for doing what wasn't even a bad performance. But now he's welcomed back with open arms because all the open-minded people who actually just want to enjoy shit grew up, and now we're the ones, like, talking about this stuff. Oh, dire sacrifice bug. I'd like to control my character, game. Please. I don't know how to turn this bug off. Pod Racing Spinoff Series 1, please. It's a quick one on Company Man. Someone's asking, if the bastards double roll like normal? No. Company Man only rolls secondaries. So, there's no double rolls. Because it only pulls from secondary category. I like prequels? Me too. Well, I guess this runs over, because I can't do anything. He's never a bad actor. He's a pretty good actor, honestly. Like, you ever look at Hayden Christensen's physical acting in the Star Wars prequels? And in the Obi-Wan series, if you've been watching that? Like, he's very good at being expressive without dialogue. Try photo mode? I'll try that next time. Hey Felice, how you doing? Man, children who are my age can't do anything but complain about Star Wars not being theirs anymore, make me roll my eyes so hard. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, it's just... I won't get me started on that. Yeah. But I'm right there with you, Jester. More of a casual Star Wars fan, enjoyed everything I've seen, haven't watched every movie and spin-off, do plan on seeing everything eventually and trying to go into things like that, open-minded, not nitpick, like enjoying things. Yeah, when you approach something from the standpoint of enjoying things, you can enjoy damn near anything. Like, even with the lower quality Star Wars stuff, such as the sequel movies, like, I can still enjoy those, mostly by poking fun, but I can still enjoy even other aspects of it. Like, there's some cool shit there, even in a thing that I don't really consider great. It all depends on your mentality. One of the worst movies I've ever seen in my entire life, Wonder Woman 1984. I still had fun watching that movie because it was so bad I was just laughing the whole time. Put me in a great mood. if you go into something determined to enjoy yourself, you have a much more realistic shot at actually enjoying yourself. If you've already made up your mind that you won't, then you won't. Not bad, unfortunately can't stop long, just want to pop by and say hey. Also donate to the goal. I appreciate you stopping it, please. Glad things are going okay for you. Only complaint I have with Star Wars isn't Star Trek, don't at me. I don't... So, like, modern Star Trek just hasn't done great? Like, the Star Trek movies just didn't do well. And then the TV series are pretty, like, contained. Like, I heard Discovery was good for a bit and then kind of went off the rails, but I've never seen it because it's so hard to, like, access. You need that one streaming service. Heard Picard kind of sucked. They're doing a new one that I've heard negative things about, but I don't even know the name of it. I just don't think modern Star Trek is trying. But I will say that classic Star Trek I would consider closer to an art form than Star Wars ever has been. Because the great thing about Star Trek is it's always been progressive as fuck. Like, actually making you think about shit and how you interact with your fellow human being, and vary about representation played in a believable way within an established universe and world building, etc. Like, Star Trek is cool as fuck. Just hasn't really produced anything interesting in the last 25 years. Nah, that's not true. Last 20 years. Enterprise was okay. The TV series. That ended in what, like 03? Breath smells like garlic. It probably does. My breath's terrible. New Star Trek taking fly for being progressive? Probably. But no, Jaybridge, what I've heard is it's just not good. That's what I've heard. Obviously secondhand info. But a lot of that feedback is coming from sources like that tend to like the progressive roots of Star Trek, so like I don't think they'd be mad over that. Trek fans I know are enjoying the new series. The loudest internet messaging is always that things are trash. That's true. I think it's worth me checking out, New Mexico. Have you seen any of it? I haven't seen them because CBS? Right, like that's why I haven't seen any of it. Because I'm not going to get the CBS streaming service. Hear me out, Star Trek. It should have been made 20 years ago, Pragmatic. I need it. Like original Star Wars trilogy, never got into Star Trek. Star Trek hasn't really aged that well in terms of, like, watchability. Like, you could definitely pick up the OG Star Wars movies and watch them more easily than you could watch through, you know, the Star Trek series from the 60s. But, like, in terms of content they cover, Star Trek's always been more mature. And I respect it for that. Service fragmentation, yeah. I'm still annoyed that I had to pick up Paramount Plus for that shitty Halo show. I forgot to cancel it, so I still have an extra month of it. And there's just, like, nothing I care to watch on there. I tried watching the iCarly, like, reboot. It's fucking unwatchable. So I just kind of have a Paramount Plus subscription that I don't do anything with. I need to remember to cancel that. Halo show. It could have been good. It just didn't end up being good. And occasionally, a streaming service holdover like that does end up with you watching something new. Like, I was getting HBO only for Game of Thrones for a couple years. And then Game of Thrones ended, and I was like, oh, what the fuck do I do with this now? Then I watched Barry and was like, hell yeah, this shit's amazing. And then they kept adding new things, so I've had an HBO subscription for like a while now, because the selection there is actually good. Could give Picard a chance. Is that on Paramount Plus? You watched the season of The Boys so far? I haven't watched any of The Boys. Cheeky buck. I have not watched the show. I still haven't seen Chernobyl, yeah. I gotta do that. I still haven't seen Chernobyl or Watchmen. They're on the list. It's just... they're on the list. Okay, this has gotta stop happening. Like, what? Photo mode, photo mode. Okay, good shout. Boys is incredible. I've heard. All of Star Trek's now Paramount Plus? Cool, so I can watch the Star Trek stuff. See, I didn't even know. I didn't even know what's on there. Can Ghostblade proc a chemical agent? Yes. Yes, it can. Check out Star Trek Strange New Worlds. It's very good. Great cast, great dialogue. I'll have to do that. Chernobyl's always very high up on my watch list, and something impulsively comes before it every time. Yup. Yup. My watch list has just been getting progressively longer, and there's some things that are always gonna leapfrog ahead. It's just... like, I still haven't seen Westworld Season 3, and then Season 4 comes out in like 2 weeks. I'm like 3 episodes behind on Barry Season 3. I need to catch up on that. I still haven't seen Good Omens, but I'm gonna watch Sandman when that comes out. Like, there's no rhyme or reason to it. I'm very, mercurial when it comes to watching things. Got a list you could watch right here. Is it you and I spending time together as homies do, Zen? Because, okay. You ever watch Invincible? I love Invincible. Show's sick. Announced Season 2 already, cowards. Like, I liked Invincible so much that I went and read the series after I watched the show. Sandman, dude, I'm hype? Yeah, like, it looks so good. It's a triple ice spike with an extra projectile and a crit damage part at volatile. That's pretty good. Look at that total damage. Basically 1600 times 4. That's like a lot of fucking damage. Just casual 6,000 card damage. That's a really good ice spike. Is Chaotic Great Edition worth it? If you're like me and you like having more builds options and more replayability within the end game content, then yes, I would say so. Gets you access to each of the Mirrors of Mystery as those come out, which are effectively their mini Chaos Chamber expansions. You get a boss, you get some gear, you get a little tutorial area with the boss, and you get some extra rooms that get added into your normal Chaos Chamber rotations. So view those as gear expansions, but also within the Season Pass, which comes with that edition, we're getting another playable class later in the season. So getting all of that together for a discounted value along with the game, that's a no-brainer to me. But that'll be a subjective thing. Some people don't feel that that's worth it. I feel that it is. If you're looking to grab the game for PC, if you do exclamation point Wonderlands and then you get the Chaotic Great Edition through that link, you get some additional cosmetics you wouldn't get directly through the storefront, and it also supports me. Okay, let's do some gun build stuff. What's Sandman about? That's such a awkward thing to explain. Yeah, it's... How do you explain Sandman, New X event? That'll be on you. That'll be on you. Get those channel points in. Roddy, you are nothing if not consistent. I respect it. Yeah, let's I'm gonna use liquid cooling and last rites, and then we'll con on bosses and stuff. Yeah, that sounds like the play. Sandman's by Neil Gaiman? Yeah. A desire to create a world record stock like you had for Trials and BO3. With time trials, that'll be more of a thing once the game slows down update-wise. Same reason we haven't done build stock. Game changes too much. Which is a good thing. The game being updated is a good thing. I don't want to sound like the people who act like, you know, weekly updates are bad. But, more longevity-focused things like that aren't going to be accurate until we know what things are not subject to change. So probably post DLC season, you'll see things like build docs and time trials come into being. Gonna need OnlyFans for that? Shit, my bad. Hey, Fallen Bob. Is there a way to replay quests in 1 minute, excuse me, other than starting a new character? There is not. At least not without a save editor. How do you get me? Wow. The passes, or not the passes, the skills on that. 3 haste, 2 cold snap. It's a shame everything else about it's terrible, but like the skills there, that's impressive. Fun fact, Lucifer that'll appear in Sandman, same character Tom Ellis portrayed in Lucifer show, different universes though, both based on the same conflicts. Yeah. It's not commonly known that, that was like a DC character, either. Because Tom Ellis Lucifer showed up in, what was it, that Legends of Tomorrow crossover episode? You've got Constantine involved as well. Man, I'm a nerd. I talk about so many random fucking fandoms. That's what the con does. It's crazy burst damage. Not particularly sustainable, but ammo capacity upgrades help. Looking forward to hotfix this week. Me too, Denalia. Me too. Entirely possible we get PLC 3. Storm Surge DoT is not magic, by the way. Thanks for testing. Fuck my spell this morning. Nah, you're doing passionate nerd shit. I understand what you're saying. So do they. You're all good. Lucifer appeared in the Arrow part of the crossover. Yeah, in the crossover from CW DC verse that had Arrow, Flash, and Legends. Ah, it was the Arrow part. Okay. Yeah. I knew he was in that crossover. So I is duping saves for reroll enchantments because I don't play this game enough to bother spending 4K hours over reroll. And deleted your saves. Don't even know how that one happened because I got what I deserve. I'm sorry, Hetty. I would always advise backing up your saves before you do anything at all with them. In fact, Kirk wrote a helpful backup script we have pinned in the Discord. If you were looking for a way to automate that, save yourself some effort. Yeah, con be like the single target damage that this gun does is kind of insane, but it's just very inefficient. Like, if you have a crit spot available and you could just hug an enemy, it deletes them. You hope we get higher chaos in the Senator this week? I don't know how I feel about that, Denalio, honestly. I'm undecided. Like, a lot of my builds feel like they're ready. But I still have a lot of farming goals. And I don't know. I feel like the majority of the player base isn't ready, but when are they ever, really? People weren't ready for 35. I don't think they'll necessarily be more ready for 50 if we get that anytime soon. Not ready? Yeah, I don't think most people are. Like, only reason I feel ready is because, you know, I have like 40 days of playtime on the fucking game. Literally play it professionally. So, yeah, I don't think I should be the standard by which we judge that. New thoughts on new Pokemon game? What, Scarlet Violet? I'm looking forward to them. It depends on, you know, which one you want to play, Pokemon MILF or Pokemon DILF. Either way, you win. Team DILF for obvious reasons. He's a handsome man. Getting both and getting Craig the one he wants. I don't know why that Grease song popped in my head. You're the one that I want. I don't even like Grease. It's there now. I'll take both. Based. Heard this a cool stream. Hey, welcome in 9MHR. How you doing? Literally put Giga Chat as a professor. Yeah, and they named a Pokemon Lechonk. Like, they know what they're doing. They know. Beat him altitude to 4, the trick was not to be hammered. Oh no. Ever entered competitive Pokemon battling? No. No, that is not a feather I ever put in my cap. Doing fine, how's Wonderlands going? Wonderlands is great. I'm just taking a break from the build I've been theory crafting to showcase the new and improved Calcon, which was formerly one of the worst weapons in the entire game. It's still very clunky and unwieldy, but now it's like a really good bossing weapon, and I said that earlier. I like to put my money where my mouth is and, you know, showcase it in action. So we're gonna use it. So this gun can do that now. Also note that about half of my shots were missing because of the shot pattern of this gun. That was Conduit versus Great Bow. It's higher DPS than a Great Bow with fire rate, but it is more conditional and less sustainable. Like, Great Bow does significantly more damage per shot, but with a con, you could just shoot, like, 5 times. Like, if we were to compare these two. So the Great Bow, 730 times 7. Con is 652 times 5. So Great Bow already winning by a lot. Great Bow has a higher dot. Easier to control shot pattern. Now, Great Bow does not have crossbolts, and its fire rate is significantly slower, as is the reload time. So if you build enough reload time and fire rate, you can dump the con's entire ammo supply before the Great Bow can dump 1 mag. Which is higher DPS, but obviously at 5 ammo per shot versus 2 ammo per shot, if you need to kill any more than that 1 enemy, chances are Great Bow is your tool for the job. Great Bow can get enchants. Only the unused one. The used one can't. So, used Great Bow versus con is still a fair comparison in that department, because neither can be enchanted. Tepig was self-cooking bacon? True. See anything about the Dragon Ball superhero movie? I haven't seen anything since everyone went crazy over Bulma's dump truck ass. I haven't seen anything post that. So if there's been new info, I don't know. Snivy was my favorite that gen. Contrary superior. Bro, Gohan's actually going back to, like, badass status. I did see a little bit about that. As Bulma always had a wide load, though. It's canon. It is canon that she knows that she does and has showed it off. Got a new form, him and Piccolo. That's cool. Monotype starters aren't as interesting as dual-type ones. For the most part, I agree with that. Especially if you look at the early monotype starters. Like, fucking Typhlosion literally was just Charizard's stats copy-pasted, except onto a Pokemon with a shit move pool. And monotyping. Like, but why? Why did you do this? And then Meganium's trash. Feraligatr won by default, not by being particularly good, but just by being not trash. Blastoise only Pokemon that matters? Based. Hisuian Typhlosion is a worse Chandelure? That's sad. That's so sad. Oh, if you guys want to see something else cursed, see this purple sniper on the ground? This ×3 saw blades? It's better than a sawmill. Sawmill has been nerfed to be in line with and slightly disadvantageous versus purples. Hashtag justice for Sawmill. There's even chaotic. Obviously, I'm considering equal tiers. Like, non-chaotic Sawmill versus non-chaotic purple, etc., etc. Favorite Pokemon Quagsire? It wasn't always, but I suppose with how heavily I'm associated with it now, it's one of my favorites, yeah. Sounds like viable purples. I mean, I've always been saying that Stoker Sawblade Snipers are good. People just never had a reason to use them. Now I suppose you do. Gen 5 is a GOAT? True. Gen 5 is where they really hit their stride in a lot of areas. And I find that a lot of my favorite Pokemon happen to have come out of Gen 5. Volcarona, Conkeldurr, Aegislash. I've thought about doing a non-legendary C35 All Elite run. I did that at C20. Benalia with a Mist Dancer before I made my this build. I did all purples C20 before C35 existed. I have plans to do an all-white rarity spell shot, just I haven't put that together yet. You just slashed a Gen 6, is it? Bad memory. Point is, there's a lot of cool shit in Gen 5. Put out new rules for Ironmon playthroughs Pokemon last night. I was watching some of that last night. Survival. Interesting. You got a link for that? I'm curious about that. If you guys like Pokemon content, Glenny streams that, so you should like follow him and stuff. Favorite Gen 5 Pokemon's either Golurk or Excadrill. Excadrill is fucking Giga Chad shit. Excadrill is a monster. Little murder mole, true. Excadrill, Tyranitar, Sandstorm team. Yeah, yep. Not sure his links in Ironmon Discord and creator's name is I ate your pie. Okay, I'll do some research. Hey, I went down early enough in the animation I didn't lose from the shadows. Let's go. They're not their rotation battle enjoyers. I've heard rotation battle enjoyers exist. I have no opinion. Amulets or rings roll with area damage? No. The only places you can get area damage are from Ancient Fury on a Berserker, are from armor passive roll, or are from two separate gun enchants. Those are the only ways to get area damage in the game. Which is why getting it on armor is such a big deal. Do I have it on armor in this one? Yeah, this is the only downside of this cape I'm wearing right now. No area damage. So I don't have any access to area damage right now, which would help out my last rites a lot and my ice spike. Got the rules so I can post a link? Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. Volcarona is amazing too. I swept the Black 2 champion with one. I used the Volcarona pretty heavily in my my Sword and Shield adventures. At one point, my my Sword and Shield team was just literally only Gen 5 and 6 Pokemon. Like, not by design, just it happened that way. Like, my teams across both games, which I was playing at the same time, it was all Gen 5, 6. Hey Farrah, how you doing? Good to see you. $10 heal limit. Start off shopping. Board and trainers Pokemon, get held items, PP up limit, full set bonus. Barrier limits, no stalling, banned abilities. Yeah, banning huge power. Okay. Yeah, okay. Parental bond, of course. Heal outside of battle. Cool, that's forgiving. Allowed to hold any previously banned held item if you teach cut to your Pokemon. Huh. That's cool. That's thoughtful. I like that. It does seem fun. You can trade a move slot for having a silly item. It's thoughtful. It's creative. I keep forgetting to go for Bunny. Which number room was it again? I have no memory at all. I know Gloop and Bark. Like, this one's Gloop. I forget which one Bark is in. Which one is fucking Bunny? I always forget. I'm terrible. Play the angles off a dragon statue? Yeah, it's so strong. Tiny bit 6, taking it easy, about to start working on Wonderfix. How are you? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Enjoying builds. We're having lots of nerdy talk over various things. Talking about Pokemon, talking about the Sandman. All sorts of stuffs and things. Star Wars. We're nerds. Living our best nerdy lives. Room 3. Thank you. Room 3. Alright. No, I know that. I know green's room 3. I'm looking for yellow. Where's yellow? See, my brain doesn't work. More proof that I mean it when I say that the only reason I do well in these games is repetition. I play a lot. I do not remember details until I repeat them constantly. Two. Thank you. It's 2. Thanks, Con. I was hoping it would launch me. Gotta catch up with all the game announcements. There's not a lot that actually interested me. Thanks, a huge shout out to this cool guy Quack to inspire me for it. Hey, Wonderfix is cool. Anytime you guys are able to tune in and catch it, it's definitely worth your time. Manageable content length. That's a huge selling point. Most podcasts go for like long form. Wonderfix cuts right to the meat. Witchfire and Flintlock on my eye rest seem met. Even Flintlock was neat, but nothing overly new. Flintlock looked janky to me. Witchfire, I'm reserving hype. Maybe that one. Maybe. Excuse me, Sigil, why are you blocking my bullets? Why? Why? Video game? I was trying to do a cool thing, but fuck me, I guess. Good thing I'm not using a gun that takes 5 ammo per shot, that'd be inconvenient. I guess that's hitting me. Guess that's my life now. Revive me already. Constant kills. I switched to Blizzard because From the Shadows is a damage down. From the Shadows gives you a global 25% damage penalty. Against Gloop, you already have full access to a crit spot, so it is literally only lowering your damage. Whereas Blizzard gives me access to ASA and Chance, and applies Wrath of Nature, without lowering my damage. Where to find Wonderfix? It's in the official Discord server. So the same place you get sent to if you do !LFG. Gotta do my thing. Good luck with doing your cool thing. Thanks, Farrah. Give a good one. And thanks for the support as always. I appreciate it. Just woke up. Garlic Breath's a good spell. It is Zirconia. I'll cycle back around to that. I just want to get a good couple of boss melts on Yellow Raid boss with the con, which I've not had the opportunity to do yet, because I keep forgetting to go for it. But yeah, we'll be circling back around to the Garlic Breath builds after one more run. I just want to go after Bunny with a con for my own scientific purposes. So in terms of bossing snipers in this game, unused Great Bow is still peak, because it can one-shot any of the bosses. But after that, you're looking at either a used Great Bow or a con. The Sawmill no longer has a dog in the race. It's just sad. It's just sad now. Like, it's not it hasn't been made non-viable, but it is the lowest DPS sniper rifle now, so like, there's no reason to use a sawmill against a boss over any of the other things you could be using. Makes me sad. And in mobbing, Ski Prod's better. Carouser's better. Envy is better. Great Bow's better. If you mitigate the ammo issue, Khan is better. Drill's Fury is definitely better. Just like, Sawmill had its use case eliminated. You run with all the raids? I could. Yeah, why not? One shot with chance of that Great Bow? Yes. Sigil 1, Quag 0. Accurate. Still have the Sigil on. I don't want that. It's my Ice Spike. Con Giga Chad. It is some Chad shit. The con is pretty base now. I'm not gonna lie. It's like good. It's still extremely inefficient. Like 5 ammo per shot. Are you shitting me? Still can't be enchanted. Still has a terrible shot pattern for anything other than close range. But it's fun. And it's good. This has very specific use case. Everyone said it couldn't be fixed. I mean, it's one of the cases where big number does a lot for a thing. Warms your heart? You don't have one of those, Chris. You're heartless. Okay, now that song is stuck in my head. I'd appreciate if you guys could stop getting good music stuck in my head. I don't mean that. Please continue to do so. Frozen mid-swing. That was clutch. You know, massive mag for its ammo consumption? That doesn't help. Massive mag doesn't make it take less bullets. Like, sure, you could give it a ammo stock of you give it a mag size of 200, but like you can't hold that many sniper bullets anyway. So like, and the thing with the con is it only shoots if you have the required ammo in your base mag size. So what I mean by that is, my mag size is 20 here, right? I can shoot 4 times. But if I do this, ammo regen, I can still only shoot 4 times. So unless my mag size is a multiple of 5, you don't get an extra shot with the gun. Don't jump on my desk, Jake. Did I forget again? It's room 2. I forgot again. I forgot again. Yeah, Hellfire. Nothing of note parts-wise, though. Should be 3 ammo per shot? Yeah, that'd be fair. 3 ammo would put it slightly more costly than a great bow. Do all weapons work like that in Wonderlands? No. No, that is not an all-weapons thing. What weapons normally do is, as long as you have enough ammo to, like, physically be able to shoot, it will allow you to sort of overdraft. Like, if you have 1 ammo, but it costs 4, it still lets you shoot. But not with the con. So this does mean that, ammo regen is just a useless stat on that gun. Except if you happen to regen enough ammo over prolonged usage of the gun to give you a multiple of 5, then that'll be fine for a future reload. Want to shoot arrows in that pattern and use barrage, not the con. Okay, it's in this room. It's in this room. Don't leave this room. Cloud of lead would be nice. It would be. It'd be very nice. That's something that I want the 7th class to have. Cloud of lead, just in some form. I'd build around that for so many things. It'd be honestly ridiculous, but I want it. Cloud of lead became one of my favorite skills ever over time. Where the fuck? What, 8-bit? Yeah, Irish. It happens. I have a shit ISP. Pretty sure the last 4 times you've brought it up, I've said it's not helpful to do so. I don't exactly love it either. Nothing I can do. Con works with Barbalo, doesn't it? It does. Hey, Reparation. How are you? Degen coffee time? I agree. It is Degen coffee time. Hang on, I just thought of a joke. Shaka Khan. Ah. 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 Hear that joke last week? Did you, Roddy? I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm uncultured, and I forfeit all credit for the joke to you. About to get a KO. Not Pog. Stolen like all jokes should be. Wait a second. I'll accept that one. Your acceptance means the world to me out of tamales. Python hammer. Game's gonna be downloaded in like 10 minutes. Pog. Delete all rooms to make the raid bosses harder? No. Which is why I'm not bothering. I just want to get to the raid bosses faster. So I can get back to the build and the title. The garlic bread setup. It's happening again. It's happening again. We good? We okay? Nah, we're good. At least it's doing this thing where it's not dropping frames, it's just like dropping bitrate. Which is an improvement. Halfway to today's points goal. Yeah, halfway through stream, halfway to points goal. That tracks. Forgot, good shout. Been guilt purchasing items from the cursed vending machine slot 2. Got another primordial. Chaos 34 currently. Yeah, slot 2 is cursed. It's just gonna... It's weird. Slot 2 gonna slot 2. For those who don't know, slot 2 of vending machines tends to have shit you're not supposed to be able to get, like chaos tiered items when you're not on chaos. Like you can get primordial items while leveling. You get dedicated only items, like just weird shit. Oh. the thing. Wait, what? Yeah, CZ. Item slot 2 in vending machines. It's weird. It's cursed. Like, people have gotten Boreas Breath in that at regular vending machines. Chaos tiered items during playthroughs. It's weird. And usually the common thread there is it's in the second slot of the machine. How do I do that again? Okay, you know what? We're not doing gloop. We did gloop enough times. I don't care anymore. I just refused to pay attention during that. So both times I looked away at the worst possible second. I'm like, there you go. Seen a Sharksbane once in that slot. I don't even own the DLC. Yeah, there you go. That's appropriately cursed. Can't confirm my Primordial Epic Armor has helped me through chaos leveling the gun damage passive. Oh no. Yeah, Primordial passive scaling while leveling? Ooh. That's gotta be nuts. Enjoying the emotes there, Viking. Come on, give me my bitrate back, OBS. Give it back to me. There we go. So that was only 8 shots of the con, but like each of those is 5 ammo, so that consumed so much. That was so much of my ammo supply. Just a flex on the chance. Okay, let's see how this does. Pretty good. You know, the gun's okay. Now, imagine if I had a fire one. Imagine if I had a fire one. That'd be kind of crazy. Didn't use emotes till Quag Chat came into my life. Let's go. Quag Chat, my most frequently used emote already. Here, let me check the analytics. 1 second. So, in terms of within the channel, from the period of May 15th up until today, the second most used, so the third most used emote in the channel was Quag Pride with 391. Very respectable, very respectable. Second most used, Quag H with 590. That makes sense. That's been one of my most popular since it came out. Most used, Quag Chad, 2,680 times. Fucking 5 times the next one. Almost. And it's been here a week. Clearly, you guys are slacking. Quag Cozy needs more love. It does, but Quag Chad. Quag Chad hasn't broken 3,000 yet. What are you guys doing? Like, did you know the emote exists? Hey, son. How you doing? It's one great emote, yeah. Every once in a while I get a meme emote idea that turns out well. Felicia did a great job. I feel like Animated Quag Find would have been up there. It didn't get used that much, but logistically speaking, it was one that made sense, because it's still available in its static form, but now we get more animated memes. I'm doing well. The con is real good. We bullied some raid bosses with it. It's too hot in Texas for Quag Cozy at the moment. Yeah, it's a hot one today here too. So I'm significantly more north, and it's still very hot. Sad. Sawmill is so sad. It's barely 2,000 card damage for Volatile with the low mag. It's so sad. Alright, we'll probably come back to this. Let's go back over to the DoT build. Yeah, Khan is like one of the strongest bossing guns in the game now, if you missed that. Like, it's just that good at bossing. Just gotta build for it a bit, and obviously it's not sustainable. Start at the top, now we hear Sawmill. Pain. Pain. Doing some more Trick Mirror stuff soon, so I need to figure out what armor I want to use. Honestly, Amnesia, Sen. Because you need to take damage for the Trick Mirror to, like, activate. So, Amnesia. Tooth Raider? What about it, Pizza Trains? An armor. Get those channel points ready. Plus 3 Blood Frenzy. Just curious how it is post-buff. It was already good as a utility item. So, like, the thing about Tooth Raider is it has melee crossbolts, but also shoots 9 projectiles at once. And sniper crossbolts have longer duration. So, per shot, assuming you land all of them, you're applying 45% effectively melee debuff to the enemy. Melee crossbolts are very nice to have in your melee damage formula. You can have up to 25 crossbolts on a target. So, you can stack 125% more effective melee damage against the target for shooting your gun 4 times with the Tooth Raider. So that's always been the use case of it. With it getting a damage buff, it means that if you wanted to use it for an actual, like, damage dealing purpose, you could now. I'm thinking maybe Tooth Raider with, From the Shadows and Executioner's Blade could be decent. Because the Executioner's Blade would receive the damage increase from the melee crossbolts. You're shooting 9 projectiles per trigger pull, so you have a pretty solid chance of triggering it per shot. You could Barbaload with this, you could use Alchemical Agent with this. That's something you could consider trying out. Now, do I have the damage for this on this build? Reflexes. The thing with DoT builds and getting into the yellow raid boss fight is you just kind of don't. Okay, Sword Explosion is strong enough. Are you inspire me? How do I inspire you? What happened? What'd I do? I say a lot of words and I never remember what I said, so I legitimately have no idea what you're talking about right now. Man, messing around with the con made me want to just use that more. Like, this build's really fun. I'm still enjoying this build a lot, but now I want to do con boss modes. Like, what other bosses can we do? I wonder how fast we could kill Drill with just the con. See, now I want that in my life. Does Drill have, like, a a big HP difference outside of the chamber versus inside? Can I just, like, go to the actual boss? Because he spawns, what, like 2 levels higher in the chamber? If I remember correctly. Hey, Lens Life, how you doing? After streams filled with knowledge and want to put that practical knowledge into use? Hey, I'm glad. I'm glad. It's part of why I do what I do. Honestly, when I was first getting into content creation, it was because I felt like there wasn't enough representation for theory crafting in the directory in BL3 at the time. You know, I had Lazy doing it, and then Moxie was doing it as well, but not a lot of known people doing it, so I just wanted to be one of them. All good, glad to hear it. Austin Chambers stronger than bosses in their own maps, even on the same castle. That's what I'm unsure about, because I'm pretty sure bosses on their own map spawn at 41, and then in the chamber they're 43, but I could be misremembering that, which is why I was raising the question. We can go check, because this featured has Lachance as a boss, so we can just actually go over to Lachance after this run and see what his level is. I could be misremembering. That's why I was asking the question. I don't do much in this game outside of the chamber, so I really don't know. Ah, allergies. There's cat dander in my nose. I feel it. Type in drill when you said it. Nice. Desktop just shipped. Right in 4 days. Comes with 1080 Ti. Nice. Bet that's a good feeling. Sneeze the enemies to death. Yeah. That's why I like this build. We're killing with our breath. Got our garlic breath. Dire Sacrifice sounds like an exhalation as well. And White Rider is thematically appropriate because its red text is very edgelordy with poisoning things. Sure is, nothing like RTX beats my 1063 case by a lot on this laptop. Oh yeah, any upgrades, good vibes, for sure. Stuck. Okay. Yeah, I was stuck for a second. There we go. There's the contagion. What exactly does Garlic Breath do? It creates novas around you for a duration of 6 seconds. And if any of those novas crit, they knock back the target. What's cool about it is it's poison, has a decent status effect chance, hits a lot of times, hits in an area, and it allows me to multitask. So I can, for example, activate it, and it'll still be doing its novas while I'm committed to that Dire Sacrifice animation. Activate it, and then I can go melee, it's still happening. And it's good for applying a large volume of dots at a time, which is the basis for a contagion build. You need a lot of instances, and Garlic Breath is good at doing that, while also letting you continue to do other things. Went from 15 inches, 1050 laptop to complete setup with great stats. Been stuck in my gaming chair for 3 months. Let's go. Lots for higher player interaction. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. The chance was 43 there. Thanks for checking, Roddy. I totally forgot to. I appreciate you. I totally forgot. See, me and my attention span. Just need chain off an ad here. Come on, RNG. Be kind. There we go, speeding up. No, I like how I'm considering that slow, but honestly, as far as killing a raid boss, that's not a... That's not slow. Like... Also, White Rider, are you good, homie? That's not where the boss is. White Rider, that's not how this works. White Rider's a little confused. Okay, I'll take the bleed there. I'll take the bleed there. Sorry for flashbang. I tried to die before it happened. It didn't work. Don't any comparison between armor boosting contagion or boosting exploit their weakness? Sounds like they'd be comparable. Boosting contagion consistency matters a lot more for this kind of build. Because Contagion's an improved chance to, you know, delete the enemy off the face of the earth. Exploit their weakness is a small but consistent and fairly unique damage buff. I know what would help here, but I don't want to do it. From the Shadows would give me a lot more alchemical agent, which would be a lot more DoT consistency, but I'm using Dire Sacrifice in this for the sake of using Dire Sacrifice. You know? Like, this is working. Contagion's damage cap is always infinities having a higher chance to get there means more than initial damage boost. Right. So when you get a new CPU, you realize how much some games actually use. True. True, true, true. Sure, skill tree? Sure, Sergeant Damped. This is what I'm working with right now. Stabomancer down to Alchemical Agent. Graveborn down to 1 in Lord of Edges, 2 in Blast Gasp. I could get more dots by using Harvest, but I'm choosing not to because it's a buggy skill and I don't want to benefit from bugs. Important things here, max Contagion. Having Dark Hydra is another source of dots. Having Stand of the Soul, another source of dots. Blast Gasp, another source of dots. Punishment, another source of dots. Sanguine Sacrament's really good healing. We got all the dot stuff for Stabo. Hero points wise, crit, constitution, or crit, status damage, rest, and constitution. Gear wise, we use a White Rider, Sword Explosion, didn't use the other stuff. Snake Stick, Shark's Bane, Insight Ring, Body Rune, Pandemisium, which is fan-fucking-tastic for this kind of build, Garlic Breath, and Theurge. How buggy is it? Infinitely stacking bonus elements. if you go through a portal with it active. So a lot of people are like, look how good my companion setup is, are knowingly or unknowingly using a harvest bug to get very unintended amounts of damage. Rolling spells because I want more garlic breaths. Go until I get another legendary and put the rest into snipers because I want more cons. Thought they fixed it. They attempted to. It did not work. If you go back and look at the notes for that week, it's not there anymore because it didn't work. Another spell I was thinking about for this is, Time Skip has a very solid DoT chance. And it's a lot of hits. Stark Magic. I was thinking about Time Skip. Okay, let's get back on the gun build. We'll go check out LeChance and his actual spawn location to see if he's level 43 outside, then we'll go test some stuff on drill, like actual drill. That's why I want drill in a featured. Gonna sleep. Take it easy, Lens. And congrats on your new rig again. Is he Wargtooth or Crackmast? Wargtooth, right? Yeah. Check LeChance's level? Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Does Gelatinous Cube also inflict dots? Yes, and it's very good at doing so. Cube is alpha. Cube's great. Head is itchy. $41. Yeah, so bosses are higher level in the chamber than outside. Yeah, you can tell he has way less health. There you go. Question answered. Thanks for the cape, I guess. Yeah, bosses are 41 normally and then 43 in the chamber. Drill is pain from Naruto for me, absolutely broken, I cannot win. I mean, that's not how that character even works. Let's do normal ones. I want to get Drill. Another thing I'm very obviously not using on the con that would be well suited to it is the spell that must not be named. Come on, video game. You can do it. You can exist. You can have a frame rate. Teleport's up there. How did I miss that? Hey, Archkinja, how you doing? Oh, this was a Fire Friend one? I was totally not paying attention. Hey, Soccer Angel, how you doing? Chance to cube splat dot is one of those type 2 dots, for lack of better wording. Ah, that's good to know. I could take that to be extra rude, but I want a more fair test, so we'll go with Searing Tether for now. Great, just watch Morbius. What do you think? Ski Prod nasty now? Always thought of as an anarchy from D2. Ski Prod was always good, but it's like absolutely ridiculously filthy now, yeah. Like, it was already one of the fastest mobbing weapons in the game, and then they went and buffed everything about it. Not everything, but like all forms of damage it could do got buffed. The bullets and the beams, so now it's just Omega cracked. Ski Prod, unironically, a top 3 mobbing gun. Like, Ski Prod, Ruby Spike competitive levels of mobbing speed. Are there any ammo alters in this run? Nope. Frizz doesn't know. Feel free to break him. Just keeping it real. I like how it says ammo full while I'm shooting the liquid cooling. Something about that is just funny. Yes, ammo full. I see. Tell me more. Allow me to ruin your day. There's quite a few instances of gun spells inflict a type of dot, do not benefit from status effect damage. Instead, they keep their initial damage source throughout the entire thing. Because of that, they're able to proc things that normally proc from the initial hit multiple times. Yeah. Yeah. So we have spell dots, we have gun dots, we have melee dots, we have... There's an ability one, right? What was the ability one? Was it Storm Dragon Judgment AoE? CC? I think it was that one. Hi, Captain. It was that one? Cool. jump, Kevin. Yes, button. Hi. Might be more. Tried compiling a list, but there's over 50 objects I need to go through to check. Just kind of gave up for now. Understandable. Day was fine. Cold, tired, and hungry, and it's only halfway through the workday. It's getting dark here, and I'm like, ugh. I don't like it. It's 12:30 and it's dark outside. Oh, it's easy with the approved use of Quag Cozy as well. Priz, you've been gamered. How does it feel to be so thoroughly trounced? Hey, Norman, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. 2-month resub means a lot. I hope you're enjoying all the perks, and thank you so much for your continued support. So, this pisses me off. Barbaload can roll without an element, so that's what you're looking at right now. This is not a bug. This seems to be an intentional design choice. But why? Because, like, these are good passives. But it's non-chaos tiered rolled with no element. I'm gonna pick it up, because Barbaloads are good, but there is no reason that should be a thing. That makes me sad. I think sound design is pretty nice, interactions, everything sounds so good. I agree. I agree.
She's just a girl and she's on fire.
There's the alert.
Less than 3.
Yeah, thank you again, Norman. I appreciate it. Think more variants for increased farming? Yep, seems to be the purpose. And I don't think that's necessary. Supposed to get to 100 Fahrenheit today? Pain. Pain. Fusion. I'd still rather deal with the hot than the cold, myself, personally, though. Less than 3, yeah. Funny for multiple reasons. But yes, less than 3. Cold sucks for arthritis, that's one of the reasons, yeah. Remember when Quag was bragging about all that inventory space at the beginning of the stream? Hey, that was a different save, Roddy. It was a different save. It doesn't count. So I'd be sweating. Understandable. Yeah, this is a good opportunity to learn. So one of the quartz locations on this map is here. I don't get this map often enough in the chamber, so I've never learned. But we learn it now. So why am I getting Fire Friend on every map? That wasn't close. I don't know what you're talking about. Ouch. Oh, that missed jump got me. I should have just killed the pirate. Oh well. Across all Quag saves, there's probably 6 free inventory slots. More like 10. Because I want you to be a better friend. Clearly it ain't working. Oh, Celissa. Okay. I can work with this. Do I have that fire con? I know I shouldn't have sold the one I got. Fuck. Okay, it's fine. We'll just do frost things. We'll just do frost things. It's fine. Thanks, play the angles. Think twice before selling a con next time? Honestly. Yeah. Honestly. Looked away, didn't see the conclusion of whether bosses in CC are higher level. They are, Denalia. Bosses in the chamber are level 43. Bosses outside of the chamber are level 41, seemingly. Sample size of Lachance, and I've heard people say that about Drill, but there you go. I want to get a fire con here because I want to go for the ultimate drill melt with the con, you know? Like, drop in phase 1, get him with the lightning one. Phase 2, get him with the fire one. Phase 3, get him with the probably the lightning one again. Scout Pro instead of a Cow God. God damn it. It's still so awkward. Like, if you can't hug an enemy and hit a crit spot, and dump your ammo very quickly, it's kind of mid. But if instead of crossbolts it was a saw con... Fuck, that actually... He actually got me. Alright, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Shit. I cannot believe... Shit. Fuck. Basically been building this myself so far. I gotta say I was not prepared for snakes to Hydra doing much damage they do. Snakes to Hydras are great, Aurorius, yeah. Huge vouch for those. Damn it. Man actually quag chatted on me in my own stream. Shit. See, like, that room went really well, but now I have no ammo. Guess I'll leave this thing this way. No, it's going over here. Okay. Fix Storm Surge, please. I would actually really like to use Storm Surge. The DoT portion functions, but the lightning bolt portion doesn't do damage. I would love if it worked. Alright, let me actually check real quick, see if there's an ammo altar. What are you? Nope. Sad. We at least have enough con ammo for the Dragon Lord statue. More than enough. That was a room. Okay, this is a paradigm with 2 cold snap, 1 haste, area damage, all damage, and it's spell conversion. Ah, shit. I need to stop getting good drops. I don't have fucking room for this shit. Oh, I was gonna use that for memes. I have a copy of that elsewhere, that's why I dropped that. Might use it on a contagion build, guaranteed DoT's nice for sure. Yeah. It's not a bad one to have for Executioner's Blade, either. Because Executioner's Blade doesn't care about swing speed. And its base damage is, like, fine. It's not exceptional, but it's fine. Peasant Ass Brain still doesn't understand paradigm math. It's less complex than it might seem. Cool, Peter. So basically, your spell damage stat, in the case of this paradigm, it looks at whatever that stat total is. So see how my Capatides on the left has spell damage 35.1%? Let's pretend that's my only spell damage. Let's pretend that's my only. It's not, but let's pretend. Paradigm would then take 35% of my 35.1%, and it would put that in my ability and melee category, in that stat total. So it's a lot more straightforward than it might seem. Now, obviously, the math gets more complicated, adding up what exactly your spell damage total is, but anywhere where you have a boost that says spell damage, just add up all those things, except for Lich's Augur, because that's different. And then multiply that by 0.35, and then take that total and add it to the other 2 damage types. Quite full as potential as an emote, but innocently in how chat would use it. Why are you like this? Imagine if I had ammo. That wyvern didn't like that idea. Assume your bank is maxed out and full. Bank is maxed out. It's not currently full. It's close to it, though. Where's the ammo altars, though? Any of those in this run? No? Really? All of these and none of them have ammo? That's cool. I will just conserve my shit then. It says as he misses the shot. Ammo. Hey, Kevin. What's up?
Near you.
Sniper's bad, by the way. Regular damage bolts and melee bolts the only type of bolt rolls? Yes. There's, Bolt Lash spell is kind of a special case. It counts as bolts for Barbalode, despite being its own kind of beast. But yeah. There's no ability cross bolts yet. We don't know what they introduce in this game's lifetime. Assume damage bolts are gun damage? Yes. Goes in gun formula. Fuck it, why not? I'll probably have to tactically die for some ammo. I'm buying this. Next, play the angles. So I take it Barbaload is amulet equivalent of pincushion to the stack. They share a word, but they're not even really at all similar. So what the Barbaload does is any enemy that you have crossbolt stuck into, whenever you deal any kind of damage, so this could be a punch, this could be a shot, this could be a spell, this could be a dot tick, this could be a puddle they're standing in, this could be a mildly insulting exchange on social media, like any damage you deal to them while they have bolts and then can trigger Barbaload based on that listed chance. And what this ricochet does is it looks at whatever triggered it. So the puddle, the mean Twitter comment, the melee bonk, whatever it was, will then send out that projectile, and it'll be based off of that. So for example, in my Dreadwind build, I have Shrikes following me around applying crossbolts, and if I cause a Barbaload ricochet with my Dreadwind, it'll be based off of the damage of the Dreadwind. So it's extremely powerful. You guys aren't kidding. I am terrible at noticing I have Fire Friend active. I didn't even know until it was like, objective failed. What did I do? Tisha to remove Pyro Burst? No, it's too funny. Found out the part variety and Chain Lightning Chuck. Found a normal, no element, no chaos tier. It does 100 more card damage with the chaotic non-element. Yep, there you go. Really wish Marshmallow triggered amp help. No, please no. Hey, we got drill. Let's go. Perfect. Beautiful. Amazing. We can do exactly what I wanted to do. Oh, drop down. Cool. Your Marshmallow Launcher by using that. Marshmallow is great for a few things. It, mostly what people are using it for these days is you can use it as a target from which to ricochet. So if you're using something like, say, a Fragment Rain that ricochets off of the base target, and the ricochets do much more damage than the original hit, you can plop down a Marshmallow wherever you want and then start ricocheting off of it. That's primarily what it's used for. Also, when the duration of the Marshmallow expires, it explodes into smaller marshmallows that you can eat to heal you. And there's not a lot of things that heal you in the spell slot. Yeah, we'll stick with this con. Cool. 3 charge medals kind of win. Yeah, that can definitely find some usage. Switch to lightning for the next one. Damage filthy. Konda's a good bossing gun now. It's our lack of activity. Nothing to be sorry about, Rolls. You never have to apologize for that. Doing family stuff. I hope that's been going okay. How's stream been? You're looking fantastic today. Thank you. Stream's been good. Stream's been good. Had some fun with the DoT build. Now we're just messing around, showcasing how the Calcon is now a good bossing weapon. You just need ammo. Don't mind me checking the elemental table real quick to know which of my cons to use against this boss. Don't mind me. See, I forget simple details, too. Spawn camping me. That's cool. That's cool. Very cool. And you're gonna turn at the angle where I can't see fucking spot. Fuck you. Does Drill have any type resistances? Just normal ones based on health bar color. He does. During the lightning phase, he resists lightning. During the fire phase, he resists fire. Oh, there's my ammo. Cool. Do I have Sword Explosion? The appropriate element? I can never remember what Sword Explosions I have. I don't. It's fine. Surprised that worked. It's still my dream in this game. I want them to give us the ability to fight two barks at the same time. I want that. I require that in my life. That is something that would help me. Drill's death animation is hilarious. It is. It is. My Con's doing that money. Happy I got a cry one yesterday. Still best to match elements, and Con does come in all elements. So if you get a poison one, that'd be pretty good. Nobody kills Quag but Quag. I wanted ammo. That's why I bought that extra life. Loop, you plan on hitting this anytime? Suppose not. Come on, this one can do it. This one, I believe. Look like none of my damage buffs on. Not bad. Okay. I wish I'd saved more ammo there, but oh well. Not that one. Yeah, that one. How's the part variance? Very high. Very high. Gloop with that Quag aim. True. Oh, there's my ammo. Sad. Frames? Frames? That's rude. Oh. missing so much damage now that I don't have full health now. There we go. Not too bad, right? Make a run with primarily the con. Side of Ludite. Side of liquid cooling. It's pretty sad to realize Frost wasn't effective on armor like BL3. Yeah, weird reversal. Weird reversal, yeah. Hey Cavell, how you doing? Good to see you. How goes it? I'm pretty good, pretty good. Enjoying, the con. Good gun. How's it going, Sean? Good to see you. I've been active these last few days, dealing with some personal BS. Hope everyone's alright. Had a great weekend. I'm sorry to hear you're dealing with some stuff. I hope it resolves in your favor, but it is good to see you. And I'm doing okay. Doing okay. Bit of an annoying health day yesterday, but I'm much better today. Slept so hard on Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb's good because it hits a lot of times over a wide area. And it's good, like, multitasking, right? You can throw it off in one direction, then do something somewhere else. That's a big strength of the item. Right, Jake? Okay, Jake agrees. Good amount of crystals here. I think before last week you ever say I'm enjoying the con. I'd hoped, but I didn't realistically think it'd happen so soon, no. I like the element changes on a whole, they all have place and balance. Yeah, the element system in Wonderlands is probably the most well-balanced element system they've done in a Lands game. I would still like to see influence from BL1's element system come in. Stuff like, you know, shock stunning enemies, little things like that. But it's pretty good. I'd love to see this element system with radiation back in somewhere in the next game. Because they could totally justify dark magic in the mainline Lands games by like making it some Iridian tech or siren element or some shit. You know, they could do it. The only issue I have with this extra projectile rolls buffs screw with the coating on extra orbs. Does it? I don't have that much experience with it, so I can't provide my own take there. Bring back slag? No, thank you. I would rather become a cup stacking streamer than stream a game that has slag in it. Explosions. It's stretched, but I'll allow it. Main orb will stop and track targets. Any extra orbs just keep going in a straight line. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Do you know if it tracks targets when it comes from a polymorph, Peter? Call it slag, but make it do what dark magic does? Yeah, you could do that. I don't use poly? Okay, I'll have to test that sometime then. Chaotic times 2 Sawmill barely breaking that 1k card damage mark. Very sad. Well, Drill's Fury out here being an absolute chad. Gun's really good if you haven't used it, by the way. Extremely ammo efficient. Very good at mobbing. And you can use the single fire for single target. It's real good. too much loot here. My frames can't handle it. FPS counter in the top right is it's going wild every time I look somewhere. I was hoping for a fire con. We did not get lucky though. It's okay. Back to the other build. Should I be? I can't give up double spells. Well, you can. Each action skill has its own use case. Polymorph can lead to more spells than Ambihextrous, depending on combat situation. Polymorph also gives you access to a better damage formula through enchantments. Has some more synergies with other effects across different characters. There's no, like, definitive winner between Polymorph and Ambihextrous. Ambihextrous is certainly more popular, but there's no definitive winner there. Where are all my saves? There it is. Plain poly spell shot, what is it? Needs testing. If the frozen orbs created by a polymorph cast will track any targets, or if they just go in a straight line. That's my question. I know there's bonus projectile and spell kill that works for guns. I want to try with drill orbs, see if I can get 2 orbs. Yeah, that's worth testing. I know you can, and I've done this one personally, you can boost your mag size up to a point where you have multiple shots in the alt fire. So if you get 100% mag size, which is fairly easy to do, you can have 2 shots, you can fire out 2 orbs and then switch back and shoot both of them. Another thing you can do is various other means of restoring ammo. Like you could fire out 1 orb, then trigger Universal Soldier to refill, and then fire another one, and keep doing that. Yeah, you can get a bunch of them active at once. It's pretty good. Speaking of things Quiet doesn't want to do, keep spending those points. How dare you? How dare you say something so controversial, you're so brave. That's why I like Queen's Cry. Taser roll gives you 10. It seems to regen ammo whether you have a skill point for it or not. Yeah, Stoker underbarrels have some natural regen. It's time-based. They do just regen naturally. So yeah, Queen's Cry is great for that. Especially considering you could also pair it with actual regen, get some more mag size, because 10 is a pretty good base to start off of. It's not too hard to get 100% mag size in this game. You can go even further than that. Enemies being very passive on this one. It's bad. Taser ticks can proc spell capstone. Yeah, they are gun damage. They can proc a lot of things. They can proc spell capstone, stabbo capstone. You can do all sorts of silly things with tasers. Notably though, tasers also do actual like decent damage in this game. In BL3, the game where they were introduced, they were never ever good for damage. Not even in leveling. Like they were just always sad. But they're just pretty good in this game. Queen's Cry or not. I like to see that improvement of a mechanic that was not amazing when it was first introduced. Need 7 people to donate 2K to the 24-hour torture stream. We'll be back on pace. 7 people. We got about 40 minutes left to stream. We got 7 people to donate their daily points if you haven't already. There you go. You got zippers. How you doing, zippers? Queen's Cry Taser success story. They also do small ticks of damage to you if you walk in the projectile. Keep a ward broken or not filled. Taser bolts absorb stuff. Taser bolts. Yeah, you could do amnesia stuff with that for sure. Just got back from my lovely morning at the parking department. Parking department? Tell me more. We got Doc in on it too. Cool, 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 cool. Hey Swin, how you doing? Bad. No, stop. Can't complain yourself. Doing well, doing well. Enjoying the delightful gameplay resulting from breathing at enemies. We're breathing at enemies and they're not enjoying it. See, we got our little breaths with this. Then we got our snakes. They have bad breath too. Then we got our big breaths. Big breaths like this. And the big breaths do pretty okay. So he's a cheese ton hammer room for gems since it just keeps spawning mobs. Yeah, you can do that with a lot of different obelisk bosses and bosses as well. If you're patient, you can get a lot doing that. Stank breath build. Frozen Orb with Polymorph travels in a straight line. Thanks to good on. Yes, thank you, Beaver. Thank you. That's exactly what I was curious about. Yeah, it seems anything except a natural cast of Frozen Orb loses the homing. Which could still be fine against larger targets. If anything, it weights you more towards spell radius bonuses, so you could just have it hit a target even if it's not tracking them. And a Frozen Orb with large radius does cover a very large area. How to get permits for a moving van. The road to help girlfriend move in here. Easy, just have to sit silently until my number gets called. Ah. Not the most interesting thing, but definitely important. Garlic breath, the thing you couldn't get because it wasn't in the bunny for so long. Yep, I got exactly 0 garlic breaths in the entire 4 weeks up to my first kill of Imelda 4. 0. Any garlic breaths I've gotten have been from the bunnies afterwards. So I'm very hopeful that in the future, these kinds of things, because this happened to a lot of people, are taken into account, and that we are not forced into the wheel or a farm of a boss that could prove to be poorly designed when going after items. Like, they nailed it with the first DLC, you know, drop model. You kill chums once, all that shit's in the pool. That's it. Simple as that. Like, that was better. Explains why this build's fresh to you. Yeah. I had never gotten an opportunity to use Garlic Breath before this past Thursday. Because I had just never seen it in my game. I don't even just Acton Hammer, just run Frostwire, Assault Battery, Blizzard, and Burp Cap to keep Blizzard going. Yeah, that sounds like a good way of automating that farm. Smart. RNG. There we go, there's a good RNG. You can see, based on how fast the bar is moving, how many contagion triggers I'm getting. It's sped up a lot there. Not the only one who feels Imelda's fight total bull. Imelda sucks. Imelda Phase 1 is awful in all forms, and then in Phase 2, Imelda 2 is terrible. Imelda 3 is actually decent. It's the one you can directly engage with. Then Imelda 4 goes back to being terrible. Imelda sucks. For several reasons, but reason 1 being most things she does do not allow the player to interact with her. Example, in first phase, anything that's close range, you cannot interact with her. And even with other things, the hit detection is iffy. And then in phase 2, in all forms except for her third form, most things still do not interact with her. Now, because hitboxes are weird, you can still Dreadwind and Ghostblade her in all of her forms. Actually, you can't Dreadwind her in her second form. But in the others you can. Or her first form, excuse me. Melda heard you say that and teleported away. Yeah, and she fucking teleports all the time. Just... It's weird. The first DLC had extremely boring mobbing and an acceptable boss. It was only a real flaw before the fourth form, because he didn't have much HP. And then the second DLC was really fun and enjoyable mobbing, with a boss that only has one enjoyable form. Like, thought it just sucked? No, it's just not a good boss. Quit using Livewire and I'm struggling. It can be tough to move away from one of those extremely powerful items, like the Livewire, the Buffmeister, Pixies. It could be hard to move away, but it'll be worthwhile in the end to get you doing more things. A pig without 3.14 is just 9.8. Well done. I like it. Numbers joke. I approve. Yeah, hopefully going forward their boss design does not do more Imelda-like things, because basically everything that Imelda did, don't do that. Don't do that. If Imelda did something, chances are that is not something we liked. Don't do that. think the PLC boss should have better drops for time invested. If you want to target farm an item, go to the boss, get a secondary chance at Soul Machine, get them for monies. Yeah, I think there wouldn't be any harm in them guaranteeing a drop or 5. I think it was Rune who had this idea of if they dropped one dedicated drop plus another one for whichever form you're on. So form 1 is just 1 or 2 drops depending on how you interpret that, and then form 2 gets an additional one, form 3 gets an additional one on top of that, and form 4 gets another one on top of that. So you'd be going for a pile of the dedicated loot. Is this health bug? That looked health buggy. Wish this would stop happening. Can't tell. No, I think that's legit. Just good contagion RNG. Yeah, just had very good contagion RNG at the start, which is not the norm. What if the wheel or something aside would let you choose an item or roll its parts for amount of souls and orbs? They're never going to do that, honestly. Any sort of targeted, hey, you pick? No, they are never, ever going to do that. They even pushed back on the idea of anointer rolling in BL3 for a very long time. I don't see them ever doing that. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Frozen Orb cast via Polymorph also pass through enemies instead of stopping. That's good to know. Drop I heard? It's over there. Pincushion. Ugh. Is it time to spam more Quag, Chad? We gotta break 3,000 usages today, Chad. I don't know what to tell you. You're slacking. Honestly, you've barely been using Quag Chat at all. Al getting the points in, Swin getting the points in, love to see it. Roddy, how close are we? Yo, 169? Nice, Nightbot. Nice. Quag redeemed, cleanse the chat with Quag Chat. I gotta make that redemption. Normally I'm a firm lurker, I shall help the cause. Thanks, Glorzo. I appreciate it. Don't feel the need to break your lurk on my account, but I do appreciate the support. Lurkers are the backbone of the platform, and You never need to break that lurk if you don't want to. You being here is enough. I saw a super weird take on Twitter a couple weeks ago. I mentioned this before, but where someone was like trying to guilt trip lurkers into talking, or people who can only stay for a certain amount of time to not talking. I found it to be the most toxic shit ever. Like, same energy as, do you not have $5? That was a $2 million DoT tick. Like, no. Being here is huge support of me, and I appreciate that. So never feel pressured into directly engaging if you don't want to. Lurkers assemble. Hate spamming, but if I'm being completely honest, totally opposite energy of Quag Chad. True. Heard of cleansing flames. I get ready for cleansing quags. I don't even know how that action skill would work. I feel it could be kind of similar to, you know how the counter feints? It just kind of makes that little guy who just literally fucking default dances. Like, he just shows up, does a Fortnite dance. I feel it could be something maybe like that. Quags and Flames, yes. On the chat with Quag Chad. I should make that, channel point redemption. I don't have a, stream deck like Lazy does for, just cleanse the chat with Apple, though, so. I have to be chat-led. How important is spell radius in this build? I don't really have much loading screen. I have one passive on my Shark Spam. It's chaotic, so like that's not much. I have radius part on this Garlic Breath, so I suppose radius parts on the spell would matter the most. So I do not have a lot of spell radius. I've not tested the limits of how far it actually affects you. How far it actually goes with spell radius. Something to keep in mind is I'm gonna want to be in close range anyway for my snake sticks to apply those easily, so I don't need to be like super far. Hey Hellrider, how you doing? You have a gun using Hammer Zerker? I don't currently have one built, but I would recommend Lazy Datas if you're looking for one of those. Some people just don't understand social anxiety. I am social anxiety. I feel you there. I feel you. I only developed the ability to interact with people in a manner like this through years of having to do it for work and gaslighting myself into believing that that the anxiety wasn't there at all. Then eventually I just got used to it. It's still there, it just no longer does anything. Despite the fact that what I do is literally talking to you guys, a many of you on one conversation type situation, and I have to, interact and entertain. Despite that being literally what I do for my employment, anxiety still beats the shit out of me. My hands shake if I ever have to make a phone call, like uncontrollably. Like getting me to actually pick up the phone, good fucking luck. Anxiety is a real thing. So, just know that, you are not weird for experiencing such feelings. Add RNG on Contagion again. I really wish I could justify that harvest point. Maybe I'd try it, because the extra bonus element is going to be a lot of consistency for getting dots from... It wouldn't just be my snake stick, it would also be my dark hydras and my lich. Maybe I'll put that point in for science. Sounds like my experience gaslighting myself to believe in my late-night autistic social models are psychosomatic. Yeah, I'm sorry that that's, like, something you have to do to yourself. It's one of the areas where I feel like, you know, with how advanced modern medicine and technology and communication is, you'd think there'd be more stuff to help people like that and make them feel like they're not freaks. Makes me sad. We as a species have a long ways to go. Just got a salt and battery drop without a health mod. Anyone else ever seen that? Yeah, Ostrich. That's a thing that can happen with the salt and battery and the Wailing Banshee as well. They have a chance to just not have a health mod. Very annoying. So to say I still have trouble calling order pizza despite that being their literal expectation. Thank God for Little Caesars Pizza Portal. Yeah, I have often chosen to not eat because I didn't want to talk to someone to order food. Another 2 Quag Chads out there that haven't donated their points today. Those channel points in for the challenge. Roddy, your sales pitch is getting better. There we go, we got points from Hellrider. How we doing? Best part of garlic breads is ragdolling evil eye crabs. True. Way I'm dealing with anxiety is I'm always anxious. Developing good habits is a huge thing that helped me. And it can, of course, it can wax and wane with what's going on in your life. It can also just happen for no fucking reason. Like, you could have a good support system, good habits in dealing with your anxiety, you could be medicated and stuff, and sometimes it'll just still kick you in the crotch when you're not paying attention. But just know that you were not abnormal for that. You are not alone. And there's people in this very community who understand that. Does Rebuke still make you take more damage? Apparently that was a visual bug, Kitten Spawn. It does not make you take more damage, but they corrected the card, so now it doesn't show that it does either. How scared of this challenge are you? On a scale of 1 to 10, like a 4. I wouldn't put it up as an option if I wasn't prepared to do it. It's just like the pressure is gonna be doing interesting things, you know? That's my main concern. Hey, did we hit 20% back on track? Holy shit. I didn't think it would happen. Not today, anyway. It's like Monday isn't a super high traffic day for me. I would have thought that we'd catch up on, like, Thursday when there's more people coming through. It's hotfix day. But you guys caught up on a fucking Monday? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Well, I wasn't scared. Might be a little scared now. Hey Don, thank you so much for the Prime and the 21 months. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. How's things going? Hope you're well. Feeling like a 5? I might be up to a 5 now, yeah. Out of 10? Yeah. 5 is probably fair, Foster. I think this point's gonna be real tricky. I mean, how many days left? $25 days left, 20%. Yeah, you guys did 1/5 of the goal in 5 days. You're on track. Like, with time to spare, because there's only 4 Sundays in this period of time. Right? So, if you maintain the exact pace you're on right now, you finish with a day to spare, if my math is correct? Not here, I'm studying. Do your thing. I appreciate you. They really used it before now. Frozen Orb isn't as bad as I thought it was. Yeah, Frozen Orb's underrated. It's like, it's not fantastic and immediately apparent as being fantastic, like an Ice Spike or something, but it's good. And I don't think everything needs to be tuned to the level where it's immediately apparent that, you know, it's crazy strong. I think it's in a decent place. I just think more things should be tuned to the level of Frozen Orb where they aren't monstrously individually build defining, you know? I like when builds require multiple pieces to be put together. Could make some gambles. Need to dispense my 85k points. I don't know what I'd even put for a prediction, honestly. Yeah, that's something we could do to spread out points so more people have more to provide. Let's see how next week's featured goes, and maybe we could do predictions based on clear times and stuff. You have 1,000 going around because Polymorph does well for mobbing. Sounds like it. Phyton Hammer. Hey Higgy Brit, how you doing today? Idea for word ban. If you say the word, you add points to the goal. I don't think I have the ability to contribute points. Let me see, because I have infinite points. So, like, I don't think I physically can. Yeah, it says only your viewers can contribute. I can't. Best I can do to help you guys out in that department is help remind people or run predictions. Note that there is also a channel point redemption to get me to start a prediction. I'm just saying. Hey, Rory is hitting one. Alright, prediction. What are we doing? What are we doing? What can I fit in here? Okay, idea. This will be for the next run. But what we'll do for the next run is, I'm gonna do one for boss, which bosses we get. Either a good boss or bad boss. I consider bad bosses to be, Imelda, Dragon Lord, not because I dislike the fight, just because Bernadette takes a while on some of my builds. So Dragon Lord, Imelda, Chums, we'll throw Chums in there because Chums 4 sucks. Can't think of any other bosses I wouldn't want to run into, so is those three? You could add more than 2 options and predictions now. I don't know when they enabled that, but that's cool. Alright. There you go. So you can stake points on one of these outcomes. That'll be for the next Chaos Chamber run we do. And you can win points this way to use for the community challenge. It was added last month-ish. Cool. That's cool. Don't do the feature event on a boss? Yeah, Hellrider, that's the plan. That'll be for the following run. Is today Tuesday? Today's Monday. Total luck one, just thinking I'd put a whole ton of my points in this one. The only fair ones are gonna be luck ones. I mean, either luck ones or ones based on my personal performance, and that still is sometimes inconsistent. Why are y'all betting so much on bad bosses? They're trying to win. Trying to win. What they're trying to do, Pico, is move points over to people who don't have them. Jake. No, you can't have desk. So that's the real win that matters. Do a normal run or extended. This is a featured right now, Doc. For the next one, we'll do a normal run. So the prediction is for the run I'm doing after this one. We're just finishing this this featured out. We'll do a normal run. That way we could probably get I can go a little overtime stream-wise and we get a couple more in. Cat. Okay, I can't see it now. There's a cat. You see his tail. I can't see. Hey Frujolio, how you doing? Okay, he laid down on top of my pile of beanies. It's actually cute as shit. Some people have a lot of points. They do. Chat hit 20% today, making up for lost time. Yeah, we're running a prediction right now, Priz, by request to hopefully move around some points to people who don't have enough to contribute. 2 bonk bucks. It's 2 more than you need. Protected Firefriend finally. Did I? Cool. Good job, me. Alright, so we'll get on the gun build for the next run, because I want to shoot the con more. Let's hit snipers. I just do a featured run? No, stop it. It's toxic. I have points, but not vaguely in the stratosphere some of this channel do. Yeah, I have a lot of points in some places. I don't remember how many I have in Cheese's channel. Actually, let me look. I'm curious. Cat, I can't see. Cat. He's covering up my total. Okay, 1.3 mil. That's what I have over there. And I have like 400k in lazies. Times 4 sawmill. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Yes, I'm picking it up anyway, but it's still gross. Rip Sawmill, we hardly knew you. Yeah, sad. Sad about that gun. Hopefully they reverse that change. It's not like they haven't done that in the past. Even in this game, Queen's Cry got a nerf, then got a buff, then got another buff, then it got a nerf. But it came out with a much bigger damage number than it first had. So. Okay. Barbalode and the Vendor. Wow. Huh. I feel obligated to buy this. Clever mule name. It's pretty clever. Thanks, I thought so too. Oh yeah, do I have that con somewhere? I swear I had a fire con that I was storing, but I might have thrown it away or something. It's an old skeet prod. Oh, I guess I don't have that. Oh yeah, I have this negotiator I've been meaning to try. And then I have this Spriggan because I had a cursed idea. And it's there so I don't forget. Okay, let's go Frost. Frost Con. Okay, we're gonna do a normal run. Now, whatever boss we get is going to count towards the prediction here. And yeah, get your Chad usages. We've probably broken 3k, but the thing about 3k is that it's not 4k, so you guys got to get caught in 4k being Chads. That means I need 4k usages of Quag Chad on my channel. Like, come on. You're slacking. I don't know what to tell you other than do better. I also still can't see about half my screen because cat. Curious, I can't see my health bar, or the bottom middle portion. I suppose I could watch on my other monitor with the OBS capture. That's a life hack. Does Barbo trigger on saw blades? Those are only crossbolts. It triggers on some saw blades. So if it has the text down there, crossbolts or saw blades deal blank percent increased blank for blank. If it has that, it Barbo loads. With very, very few exceptions. Yeah. Sword Explosion, yes. No, Sword Explosion doesn't have crossbolts. And it doesn't say anything about crossbolts or saw blades on there. Donkey Barbo, that is a thing. That is a thing. Donkey has been confirmed to work with Barbo load. For Deadshot gun build, would it be better to run Grave Capstone or get both Blast Gas and Double Knot, planning to build around Queen's Cry? I would say, in practicality, probably better to get Grave Capstone. Much more consistent damage that way. Blast Gasp is nice to have extra damage, but Grave Cap also means you are getting a Dark Hydra, not only a chance on every kill, but a chance on every cast. That means a lot more faithful thralls. Focus on that. We all love bullet reflection, don't we, chat? Love bullet reflection. Luckily, this run has been pretty forgiving in terms of what mobs it's been giving me. Yeah, we're getting close. Your PC specs listed? I don't. But yeah, my specs are I need a new one. i7 7700K, 1070, 16 gigs of RAM. Fucking everything in this tower is old as shit. The only thing that's less than 5 years old is the PSU, because I swapped that out last year, and it's already dying again. Which suggests other problems in the tower, so I'm probably just gonna replace the entire thing. It's something I've, you know, had finger on the pulse for a bit, which is expensive purchase, so I've been dragging my feet. Alright, what do we got? Drill. Now, I consider Drill a good boss, so let's pay this out. This goes under everyone else. Gonna build your own? I'm kind of scared too, so probably not. Probably just gonna go pre-built Baron. Now you guys enjoy the channel points. Get those points into the challenge. Change for an entirely new one. You can probably use the current one for streaming along with the new one and have games. Yeah. Yeah. I was looking at GPU prices the other night and they're weird, but they've been in years though. That's good. If I can do it, you can do it. Yeah, I'm just like, I don't know. It's a case of I can, but like I don't have to. Hey Daisy, how you doing? Literally talk people through it over Discord. Yeah, but like they have object permanence and short-term memories and, you know, other useful skills for that sort of endeavor. I don't. I don't need to reload games. Stop telling me I have to reload. See the shot pattern on this thing? I have to aim pretty high up for all these shots to actually hit. Kills move like a dead on arrival part. Pain. Sigils and stop this. Oh, maybe stop that one. Cool. I learned something. Fuck you. Surface quickly. See, I had 4 ammo and I couldn't shoot. That was a perfect illustration of what I was talking about with the con earlier. You cannot shoot it if you do not have a multiple of 5. Or higher. It just doesn't shoot. Can't believe you didn't put Drill in Bad Boss, because he's one of the easier bosses in the game if you have a build. All of his attacks are extremely telegraphed. And I like being able to test my DPS. And he's got more than enough total health to do so. That's crit chance from Spore Warden's Bullseye and Status Feet add up, multiplicative. Exclamation point damage, Hellrider. We've got the crit chance formula in that document. It was recently added by CZ. So it tells you exactly where all that stuff goes in. Primordial Corrupted Plate Mail with 2 and Awe. 35 mil. Damn it. This is satisfying down here, though. Companion damage, gun damage, ability damage. 41.7 for all this. Damn. This could have been cool. This is why I need more money. Meldiform Forest, Frostwather, C34 is 35 boss. Ooh. That's... I'm sorry. That just sounds bad. That sounds like the opposite of fun. Plenty of spare cash in your inventory? No, I need all those items. I need them for needing things. Took a really long time. I think the chamber room was 35 minutes. Oof. Trying to get a Frostclaw for Burr for your Archies. Keep dropping literally every other element. Barbarians be like, yeah. Gotta get Qui-Gon Hoarders. Listen, I don't have a problem. The only problem is the problem you have with me living my life. I don't need that. Why did I pick that up? I don't have a problem. You have a problem. Anyway, alright, get those points in last minute. We're ending stream now. So, what did we end up at with? Over 20%. We got over 20%, and that prediction distributed almost 210,000 points out to some people who might have needed them. Saying Godfall, you don't have limitless inventory. Speaking of Godfall, I played some last night. Fun game. The new update was good. And also, even the limitless inventory in that game is too limited for me because I have enough items that I start crashing until I salvage some. It's fun. It's his whole thing. But anyway, yeah, get those points in. Brain Farts got some in last minute. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed the DoT setup, and we did a bit of cow conning as well. I do want to push the con further for bossing stuff, and there's a few things I could do to do so I need to experiment with that, and my notepad full of other things that I'm doing for Wonderlands builds. But the point is, there's always more to build around Wonderlands, and that number goes up week to week. Hopefully we get some big additions to the game this Thursday. Got my fingers crossed for that. But until then, let's find somewhere to go. Birdman's playing some Outriders. Alex on Wonderlands. Lazy's on Wonderlands. Tizzle's doing his just chatting thing. Just distracted by anime. Oh, Tizzle never changes. Hey Ruka, how you doing? You're catching me right as I'm ending, but it's good to see you. I appreciate you stopping in, and I hope you're well. Plan to play the Outriders DLC? I am planning on it. Also planning on playing Monster Hunter Rise when that expansion drops, which I think is the same day. So, variety definitely coming back in July. I'm not going to have enough hours in the day to play both of those off-stream and keep playing Wonderlands every day. But anyway, yeah, let's go to lazy because I'm an indecisive piece of shit. So raid message will be. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? You know what? Fuck it. Just do more Quag Chad. Do more Quag Chad. It's never a bad time for Quag Chad spam. Go ahead. We got to get the out of channel numbers up. Oh, let me get you guys your total for what you got us to in the channel before we go. We did break 3,000. We're at 3,060-ish. So I fully expect us to break that 4,000 within the week. In terms of outside the channel, 800. So like, let's get more Quag Chat going elsewhere. Thank you guys so much for all the love and everything. I'll catch you tomorrow. More builds, more stuffs and things. Bye.
Oh, it's featured, so he's showering with Lou. It hasn't really felt like that.